like, set up a DF hack a second time in 2 days. So you would think that if it was in a second directory, I would have seen a second directory. There's no other Steam directories. Steam only points at one directory. I don't know. Anyway, that was the fort. So this is the terrifying biome that we're playing in. Merry existence anniversary. It is, in fact, my existence anniversary. Cheers, man. This is your first baby, the dwarf. First baby dwarf has to have my nickname. We'll see. Maybe. But that's only if there's a baby in the fort on my birthday. So if there's no babies in the fort by tomorrow, then I don't have to do that. Not against the idea, though. We'll see. So as a reminder, this is where the dragons are. I just heard a loud thunk in my kitchen. I'm going to go see what that was. Nothing's broken, so something must have just been slightly balanced on my sink and moved. I don't know. Bogfather's revenge? Clearly. No, my sourdough starter's coming to get me. It's just the fucking blob. It's here to, I'm pretty sure something just like, it sounded like it was in my sink and nothing's broken, so must have been something was leaning against something and it shifted slightly. But, yeah, so that fortress that we were working on was right here. The bread comes alive. Yeah, it's fucking following me now. It's like the boy and his blob, but attack of the blobulous bread. Oh no, not blobulous. The other idea was that we settled on, because we were just on the Untamed Wilds Glacier. The other idea that we floated was maybe settling on this meandering glacier, which is a Joyous Wilds. That was one of the other ideas that we floated. There's also, lots of volcanoes and whatnot, which I was rather surprised to learn the other day that Telenartho has never settled on a volcano until this week, which is kind of crazy to me. There's also those weird little islands out there. There's this whole bay down here. It's a shame that the ocean is Untamed Wilds and not evil, because if the ocean was evil, that would have been really interesting. Although I guess the ocean being Untamed Wilds means it is theoretically plausible that you could, in fact, have a sea serpent appear. But looking around up here, what else is there? It's mysterious dungeon. There's a shrine up there. Ooh. So there's one shrine. Squished stern. Wilt cruelty. Cruelty of wilting. There's a mysterious lair as well. Yeah, what chat was saying. I'm like still going through my head. Like it must have been me running a restore, but like I backed everything up, so I'm a little bit perplexed about it. But how about this? Let's take a look at what this tiny little corner up here looks like, because it looks like these are all iron, gold, silver, copper, and Untamed Wilds. But I kind of like that ooh, that's actually pretty good. I like that the glacier goes all the way to the edge with like minimal beach, which means fun little cliffs probably. Let's just see what this looks like. Starting on the same world, same faction, same region. Like we're keeping everything very similar. Ooh, that is very glacier-y. That is even more glacier-y than the last one, actually. Let's just let it run for a sec, see what wanders on. All right, still undead yetis. Cheers. I mean, something like that could work. I'm gonna poke around and see if I can find some slightly more interesting terrain, like just because the thing that I really dislike about deserts a lot of the time, as well as like glaciers, is they tend to be very flat, and I like to have like at least some lips, you know. No, actually, Lucio would be still alive because when I retired the fort, there was only 15 dwarves existing, and I think that was before anybody died, so... tall cliffs... I was gonna say tall cliffs save lives, but I think that it's actually the opposite. Tall cliffs end lives? Kenton Plays, thank you very much for the 5-pack of gift subs. I greatly appreciate you. Apparently that brings us 75% up to our goal of 1,000 subs. 1,000 subs is just an arbitrary number that I like to be at, but... Appreciate you, Kenton. I hope that you are feeling better than yesterday. And Necrontier, thank you very much for the 10-pack. Sorry for continuing on the strange unknown of is your dwarf still around or not. Hey, Dulkin. Hopefully things are well. And the thing that I will be mentioning, and probably also will shout out in the next videos as well, is there's some new merch available on my merch store. All the stuff up at the top, all of the Crypt Brewing and Crypt Coffee stuff is the new merch. So if you, for some reason, had it in your mind that today was the day that you needed to buy some of my merchandise, now's the time you could do that. If you buy the Windbreaker, you do get a free sticker with it today. Not that it's a huge incentive, but it's there. Let's see what this looks like. Vivid Nights, thank you very much for the gift as well. Eric, thanks for the $1. How you doing, Deep Space? I still can't wait until Deep Space is in the video game. Okay, well, that's very beachy looking. I do think it would be fun to just have an ocean, because then I could potentially try to melt it and do some shenanigans. But it's on pause. Just see what pops in. Just a bunch of albatross again. Doing some pixel art for your visualizer? Visualizer? What you trying to visualize? The best kind of shenanigans. In regards to the melted ocean shenanigans. Alright, well I assume it's just the same animals because it's the same area. Also, that is a hype train, chat. So, Sparky, thanks for the 5-pack. Daragorn, thanks for $2. Appreciate you. It's already a level 5. That's impressive. Thank you, chat. You're very kind. Let's scroll down. Okay, where is this? Start new game. Or start. It's now a level 6 hype train, making it require 8 subscriptions or $37 in bits to level up. Thank you, chat. You're very kind. Raid? Oh, geez, there is a raid. Why is that not in my... Hold up. Oh, now it pops up. That, like, straight up did not pop into my, like, notifications until just now. Cat on alt! It's a cat on Mars, definitely. Right? Right? Why were you playing on the alt? If I can ask. Although you need food. Go get food! It's good to see you, mate. you guys don't know Cat on Mars, oh, shout out Cat on Mars. Running Deadlock. Oh, right. The definitely not released Valve game, right? Because it's still. Can you just download Deadlock now? I know I got invited to it a while ago, and then kind of just forgot about it. But never really played it. It's probably actually a multiplayer game I could play. Hey, being a Linux sicko, because it is Valve, right? I know people who've like gotten way into that game who quite like it. It's fun, but it's so hard. I believe it. Dota 3! More like Dota 2.5! Yeah, rather, Dota 3D! I know Dota's 3D, don't at me, but appreciate you. Thanks for the raid. Anon Giles, thank you very much for the 5-pack of gifts. Probably Jody, thanks for the community gift. And Plop, thanks for chucking us up at Cat. Appreciate you. And Shinobi, thanks for the $1. That was weird. Like, the notifications all came in out of order on my end. Like, the raid came in, like, looking at chat, it came in after things that, like, before things that happened, but I didn't see it until way after. So I saw people in chat commenting that there was a raid before I even saw it. Multiplayer online battle arena? Isn't ass, like... So I know ass is something else, Shinobi, and no, it's not what you're thinking. It's significantly less hysterical. Ass to me is the file type that you get when you rip a Blu-ray and extract the subtitles. It's a .ass file. And I remember looking into this once, and it's like an open source codex that's existed for a bajillion years, and as far as I can tell, is maintained by, like, a dude. Which maybe is my favorite part of computers, is just that weird, like, codex that's just, like, adopted that everybody uses, that, like, is maintained by a person. It's, like, one of my favorite parts of computers. Just period. I do wonder, I've never tried. Can you settle on an Arctic Ocean? I'll bet you I could... Chad, I'm getting dumb ideas. Would you get migrants if you settled in the middle of an ocean? Asking for a friend. Because this is all frozen. So this is an ocean. It's very laggy. Just gonna wait for a minute, see what happens. That's how the whole America thing happened? No, I'm not, in regards to what? Settling on an ocean? Oh, never mind, it did meld. Traitor! Well, balls. Also, it's caving. Wait. I'm trying to pause the game. Okay, so it froze. Look at the population. Don't look at the population. So it froze, it unfroze, and then it refroze? The ice collapsed and caved in on itself. Holy shit, that's like 95 Z-level deep ocean. I need to know. Don't quick save. Since I'm doing shenanigans anyways. Did it break into the cavern? No, it didn't. Oh, that's a shame. Devildawn, thank you very much for the 10-pack. Holy crap, 1,400 gift subs. Total. That's a crazy amount of subscriptions. Something has collapsed and hit the surface. Jeez, I wonder why. Well, anyway, everybody's dead, so... I should probably, back out of that. Let's try something similar to that, because now I'm just kind of curious. I've never actually tried embarking on a frozen ocean before. Shortest fort ever? Well... Calamite, thanks for the $5. Appreciate you. So I've set it up so I can see notifications. I don't know when Twitch added this, but you can like see Streamlabs notifications in Twitch now. So I actually can see those, which is kind of great. Died in 1 frame. I mean, it was a tool-assisted speedrun, okay? The tool it used was my dumb brain. Enjoy the lurks, Bubble. The ice bridge didn't last long. Yep. It was like we tried to build a frozen fortress in Miami. I would say it didn't go so hot, but maybe it went too hot. And Satanic Den Panic. Thank you very much for the 5 unit of money. Seems like you get 1 unhinged fort idea as a little trick. Kinda, yeah. Thank you, Dwarf Bane. And Fem, cheers. It's good to see you. I still think about that story of your dwarf, like, kind of a lot. I think that Fem's dwarf back in the day might actually be the most memorable series of events I've ever had in Dwarf Fortress. That was the dwarf that... But is the beer cold? Oh, very cold. The better question is, did any of the beers survive? We are now up to a level 8 hype, or leveling into a level 8 hype train. To complete it, we need $47 in bits or 10 subscriptions. Thank you very much for all the tips and the primes and the YouTube super chats. You guys are very kind. All right, well, that was silly. What if I go a little bit closer to the shore? Where was I? I was over here. Like, I went kind of far off, right? So, like, what if I did, like that? Would that be considered supported? I love how I was just like, I want more interesting terrain. And I'm like, actually, fuck it. What if we just, like, embark on an ocean? It's flatter. Or the get named... The fastest death I ever had was there was that dwarf that was like standing in a waterfall and I named him and then the waterfall froze. All right. Okay, so that's a little bit more potentially plausible. But I don't know if I actually want to settle on an ocean. I was mostly just curious if I could settle on an ocean. Could you try Frozen Deep Ocean? That's what I tried first, and everybody died immediately. As As Weed says, Poseidon did not approve, but I could look. Fida, thanks for the 47th month. Appreciate you. Go Dwarf Lantis. Yeah, kinda, eh? Chat room, thank you very much for the ridiculous hype train. 41 subscriptions, $4 in bits. That is more subs than yesterday, so thank you very much. I know that you guys all just took part in a big hype train, but I just want to remind everybody that there is new merch up on the merch store. !! merch here on Twitch, or it's pinned in the YouTube chat. The new merch is the collaboration stuff with my friend of the channel, Fog. We have a... It's gonna get green screened out, partially green. That it is what it is. Is this the windbreaker? As well as a... Can't find it. There you go. It's a windbreaker with a cool back, which is also green screen. As well as a mug and a sticker and a hoodie and a shirt. Pretty cool. Does it break wind? I stood outside on a windy, rainy day, and it isn't that waterproof, but it does survive the wind quite nicely, actually. Hi, Bad at Twitch. It's all good. You're also not feeling the best, so rest your energy. Frozen deep ocean. There ain't much deep ocean all that close up here. I mean, most of the deep ocean actually is like not frozen, probably. Although that's pretty deep, like right around here. So if I didn't embark like right there. This is me cheating to do this. Like, you're not supposed to be able to do this. If I embark like right there. I mean, that seems like overselling it, Dadrick. I like how we start at -1 below sea level. It's not actually that deep. Okay, no, but it is considered deep ocean, though. Just want to know what layer the caverns are on. Yeah, I mean, it would be doable. Stupid mud goblin. Yeah, you never know how to survive the mud goblin. Yeah, like, that could be doable. I have no idea. Actually, why did I close that? I could probably check. I could probably asterisk. See if I could send out a messenger. And if I can send out a messenger, that would mean it's doable, right? Right? I don't have any idea what the ad was. Oh wait, the shirt? Me talking about the shirt being invisible? As you can tell, I'm really good at promoing stuff. Oh, the Mud Goblin ad. Okay, I was gonna say, I was like, you shouldn't be seeing ads. What? You're subbed. And also there was an ad break running, so I was very perplexed. But I'm glad you liked the Mud Goblin ad. Cheers, Swiss cheese, OG. I like me some Swiss cheese. But in theory, yes, Eric? In theory, yes. It's perfect, perfect timing. Sank was admiring the creativity. I think my favorite, like, ad segments on YouTube are probably Eddie Burback. Burback and Eddie Burback, like the two YouTube channels of Eddie Burback, are probably my favorite ad reads on YouTube. Some More News is also pretty good, but so I'm just going to be like, where's some Deep Ocean at? Like right here, maybe. Like right in here. Let's go like right there. So if this doesn't cave in immediately, let's see if I can send some dwarves a messenger off map. Not to be rude, Kenton, but having recently been looking around due to just the state of the universe, for potential subscribers, that's like 97% of the ones that pay well that aren't a nightmare. So I don't agree, because then I wouldn't be subscribed to a single Linux or tech channel. Yeah, I guess in theory things would be able to arrive. And also that might be me in the future, so I look forward to unsubbing, I suppose, Kenton. At least if I actually want to do this editor thing. So yeah, no, I mean, it would in theory work. I mean, how deep is this? Okay, so there is actually water beneath it. That's interesting. Giant elephant seals. Holy fuck. I mean, I'm getting worse and worse at, how do I put this? You know, actually, this is a bad subject. I should just change it. I've bred these things before. These are cool. All the lard, all the soap. They don't actually give as much fat as you would think. Like, I remember being very disappointed the last time I was breeding those things. So, I'm not certain I want to do that. Because, like, it could just end at any minute. What do you think, chat? Worth it? Or should we do something more logical? I don't know what that means, Elfie. Loggy, huh? What is that? Some kind of elvish or beanish. I mean, Elfie bean is a bean. What is Elfie? So I would presume it would be beanish, with Elfie being the secondary. But otherwise, then it would be elven bean-ish. I'm overthinking this. Although elven beanish just sounds like a dwarf who's trying to ban the elves from a place, but their nose is plugged. Or has been banished from being elven, and also has their nose plugged. Anyway, what the heck were you saying? Heck logic? I will... What in the Zoomer? I don't even know what you're saying. Okay, cool. Fuck the logic. I suppose. Chat, we're settling on an ocean. What could go wrong? I'm updating the goal. I'm settling on an ocean. What? What could go wrong? I mean, what could go wrong? Oh, I've been too old for Zoomer speak since I stopped playing League of Legends. I find that, like, if you play games that aren't populated by children, you stop knowing what the children say. This is the most gamer take I've ever had. Can you build a platform before it collapses? I will have to. I will have to. The problem is, the ocean might not be fully frozen. And if it's not fully frozen, then I can't get to the bottom. Dwarf Nautica. We're building the giant structure from Subnautica. Thanks for the singular unit of money in Super Chat format, Mark Javis. Appreciate ya. A Leviathan class Forgotten Beast has appeared. I guess that would just be a sea serpent, hey? Or a sea monster, I guess. It's great to see people still loving this game. It's kind of ageless, isn't it? Or timeless, if you will. 31 months of being a YouTube member. Oh, wow. You actually wound up Gaius. Gaius had a 24-month member on YouTube earlier, Alfie, and you just showed up with the 31. Appreciate it, though. Thank you. So that was kind of the area I did that. If it's colder, there's less chance that it won't be. So this ocean is just untamed wilds, like all the way along. So because the ocean is untamed wilds, it doesn't really matter where I settle. As long as it's in this kind of frozen region, that is really deep. Where's that deep section? It's right here. On the Ocean of Lilacs, right next to the Entangled Continent. That's probably like right there, hey? Just doing this so I know that I can re-find it. If I plop that down right here. Right here. This is my final test. If this one doesn't collapse, we're starting here. Yeah, the minerals differ. The ocean is fully frozen. Just want to see what the edge is. Okay, no, it does actually. It is not fully frozen, but there's plenty of areas where it is. Okay, well, let's do some absolute bloody shenanigans then. Arch Springs is actually pretty good as a name. We need to use the word springs somewhere. I wonder if Oceanspray is a nameable thing. We have to get cranberries. If you know, you know. Oh, I know. I'm well aware. Idle Villager. No UTIs? I mean, Oceanspray is, like, they make dried cranberries and juice and shit. Why didn't I let you type a super chat? Weird. Anyway, you have another singular piece of money. Appreciate the singular pieces of money. I don't know how YouTube works, to be honest. Huh? Today I learned. This is definitely something that a single dude who lives alone would know. But, okay. Fascinating. Apparently, Blink, the extraordinarily generous, is gifting not one but 2 Crypt Coffee Windbreakers. Holy fuck, dude. That's this. If you are in the Twitch chat, type an exclamation point, enter now. Like right now. If you're in the Twitch chat, type an exclamation point, enter now. Like now. Like now. It's got a really cool back. It blocks wind as advertised. I've been using it as a biking jacket. It's kind of great. It's designed by a friend of mine named Fog. And will be for sale for the month of June. Is Boost a meme? I've seen people type that a few times. Who is that guy? I don't know. Some default model. I mean, I have one right here. If I had a better camera lighting setup for taking full body photos like that, I could have, you know, modeled it myself, but it didn't. So, I'm sorry. So it was right there that I settled, right? Right here. Yeah, it was right there. All right. Origin Civ. We're going to play as the North Guilds, because that was where Squidward was, which was an ocean fort. So it makes sense to do 2 ocean forts. Darude, thanks for the 10-pack. Idle Villager and Leviathan. If you click on that redeem link, you can go redeem your windbreakers. Go break some winds. Appreciate you. Thank you very much for the very generous giveaway. I think that might also be the first two of those that have sold, although I haven't checked. 4x4 or 5x5? Ocean Square. Okay, if I could name this SquarePants, I will. You have my word. Oh, is that what that is? It's a Marbles on Stream meme? Okay. Yeah, that makes sense, actually. I feel like I should just bring a bunch of food. And a bunch of blocks. Food and wood. Yeah. And maybe boulders. So I'm just going to get rid of a lot of... I'm going to keep the anvil. I'll keep one hatchet, an extra pick. Maybe 2 extra picks. Let's do 50. 50. 30. 30. 30. Maybe some pigtails as well. Can I not bring pigtails with me? I guess I can't bring the plant, just seeds. Okay, fine then. No pigtails then. Don't need thread. Don't need rope. Don't need quivers. Don't need splints. I will keep the buckets. Log. Maybe some life vests and floaties. Or a boat. Wait. Not in the game yet. Swimming skill? I mean, I'll put a point into swimming skill for everybody. However, I don't actually know how useful that would be. How about just a bunch of conglomerate? It had a marker if that plant could grow in the embarking location. You know, I know there's this growing like feeling of people who like want to know exactly what's in a location. Back in my day, Dwarf Fortress didn't even tell you whether or not a place had like what type of metal it had. It just said metal or metals, plural, and whether or not they were shallow or deep. It never gave you indications of like what you were embarking and what you were going to get in a given embark. And I'm still kind of old in that way where, like, I kind of don't like that the game tells you. So I kind of don't agree. I feel like I actually am happy that that it's not super specific. Too bad there's no Swimmers Guild. I mean, the game's pathing ain't great for swimming, so. Although I feel like if you're in water in this fort, you're probably already dead. I realize one of them's only adequate. I'm just kind of giving a few points to a few dwarves. Minor. 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 miner. Let's go engraver, engraver, metal crafter, engraver, armor smith, furnace operator. How about brewer, fisher dwarf? Maybe not. I don't know. Mason. Planter, butcher, fisher dwarf. And the out-of-place lost woodcutter who doesn't know how he got here. Who has some points in herbalist. Maybe a cook, even. No, exactly, Idle Villager. Lucas, thank you very much for the 31st month. Appreciate you, man. Say I turned 31. I'm 32? 31 was last year. But you'll be right next month. Also, thanks for the 99 pennies. Ryan Littlefield in YouTube chat. Appreciate you. Am I going to drain the ocean by buckets? Yes, that's the plan. So, square pants. Great. Sponge. That's the closest I could do. The other one that I think is funny. I thought I disabled those. No. I can name it weed or an actual name. If you want me to name something, what are you thinking? I will name a table that. That's not a name. Sorry, but no. No, you can't. Name it, what are you thinking? Do better. Like, I don't know. People often ask me for a name, and I feel like if you're just going to waste it, do that once we've had like 100 dwarves in a fort. If you're gonna do that in the starting 7, I'm just gonna veto it. So I'm gonna veto that one. If you come up with something better, we'll go with it. I think we should name this fortress Oceanspray, though. Ocean's 11. I can't name it 11. I could name it Waterworld. Dwarves don't know what numbers are. They can't count. Like, I'm hitting numbers. I will name a dwarf Lady Bottomleaf, but I'm not going to name the expedition leader Lady Bottomleaf. Or rather, I will name you one in here, and if they happen to be expedition leader, then yay. But I don't know. I'm also gonna. No, I guess I'll leave it enabled now because I've opened that box. More recently, I've not been letting people name any dwarves until the first migrant wave, just because I feel like it's a lot more interesting from my perspective to. How do I put this? It's more interesting from my perspective to just come up with more organic nicknames for the starting 7 that stick. It actually makes it more fun for me. I actually kind of don't care how other people feel in that regard. So I really kind of just want to refund that and just pause it until the first microwave. I'll give you a piece of furniture as a make good, but I'm going to actually reject that one and refund it and then put this on pause because I thought I had it paused, but apparently I didn't. Explain the bookkeeper then? What do I have to explain to you? Then what is the bookkeeper doing? I don't know. I'm not here to explain Dwarven logic for you, but there are no numbers in here. Like I can type in 11 or 10. Basically, like, I would have to find, like, something that rhymes with the number 10. But. Olympus isn't a word. YouTube chat. I do think that Waterworld is funny, though. I'm kind of between Waterworld and Oceanspray. Wavebreakers, wasn't that like a teenage, like, angst comedy? Breaker isn't a word. Wave Beacher is. You know, current politics have me referring to the word, referring to ice as frozen water, so. You're leaning towards Oceanspray? I can't call it Action Park, but I could call it Action Spark. That's also pretty funny. I mean, we do need to pray for the oceans. Twitch chat seems to want it to be Oceanspray. I'm seeing some Oceanspray callouts in the... I'm just gonna click this for a second. Hold on. There's no word for axe. No. There's... I could name a fortress axe body spray. I'm not going to do that. But sometimes I get a dark, intrusive thought, and I need to know. You're gonna have lunch. Enjoy your Oceanspray lunch. Hopefully the fortress is still here when you return. Oceanspray it is, chat. And for the group name, body. I can't name it body. That's spry, not spray. Okay, so body, spray. We're about to get hit by an ad. The axe. Of stench. Stenches. Stinking. No, that's terrible. How's that? It's horrifying. I don't know how I feel about this. Anvil! Thank you very much for the 41 months. Appreciate you. Just a shout out to Leviathan. If you're still in chat, don't forget to redeem your Windbreaker. If you're still in chat. Don't forget to redeem your Windbreaker. Don't forget. I kind of hate this. So, as awful as this is, I think I can do better. Sponge block the actually I wonder. Damn it. I can't call it the sponge under the sea. The undersponge. I don't think apple. Okay. Hold up. Pine, apple, I'm thinking way too hard about this. Where could I cram the word sponge? I don't think there's any other way. So I have to add a word here. Honestly, pineapple of sponges is pretty good. YouTube chat is saying sponge bath of wet moistness. I think pineapple of sponges is about as good as we're gonna get. You know, I've just kind of accepted that Bismuth83 is just like telling their own stories in chat. You think you did it right? You'll try again? Okay, let me take a peek. Because it says on my end when they've been redeemed. Let me take a refresh real quick. Looks like it's still available. If you go to... Do I have that command set up? Yeah. If you click on that link, you should be able to redeem it. But it's not going to expire. It'll just sit there. Cheers, Vogel. Appreciate it. Did something happen to the Glacier Fort? I somehow managed to lose a day of progress, and I said fuck it, so now we're making a real Glacier Fort. You'll see what I mean in a minute. Fuck it, I'm just calling it the Pineapple of Sponges. As for the symbol, it's going to be a sea sponge, nope. A sponge, a giant sponge, and a sea serpent. The giant sponge is devouring the sea serpent. The sea serpent is surrounded by the giant sponge. We're gonna do a dwarf. And a sponge man. They are embracing. Oh, can I not do embracing? Oh, embracing, there we go. The dwarf is embracing the sponge man, admiring the dwarf is admiring the giant sponge. The dwarf is screaming, naturally. I mean, what else would it be doing? 65 streams to go. What happens in 65 streams? No name. That's a lot of streams. Appreciate you, man. In case it explodes in 0.1 seconds. Oh yeah, don't worry. We'll do that. Although I will still need to redo the naming, which is the majority of this, but we'll just call this Ocean Nonsense. Challenge! All right, so I've got 30 prepared giant kiwi intestines, 4 pickaxes, a copper axe, an anvil, 80 logs, 70 boulders, 30 plump helmets, and 3 tunnel tube buckets. And no animals, and a bunch of miners, and a brewer. This is the Fortress of Oceanspray. On the Pineapple of Sponges, I'm going to update the goal command, which now says... I'm settling on an ocean. Untamed wilds. What could go wrong? You've seen an aquifer before, but what about an oceanifer? You've been waiting for the windbreaker since the reveal a couple of months ago? And now there is also a hoodie, just in time for New Stage Blacks. So I made you... For New Stage Blacks? What's that? So that just made your day? Well, happy. I'm glad to help. I will say, the hoodie, I purchased a test version of that back in December and ended up giving it to my friend Kevin because it was like giant. So maybe order a like look at the sizing on them if you're going to buy the hoodie, because they are large, unless you just want a very large hoodie, in which case thumbs up. But because I ended up getting the large one, which is normally the right size for me for a hoodie, but it was like too big for me. So I gave it to my friend Kevin, who's got longer arms and is taller than me. And he's been wearing it for a good couple of months and says it's his new favorite hoodie and really likes it. So it got a 2 thumbs up from Kevin. Gotcha. Okay. You kept trying to send squads to save a kidnapped dwarves, but the squads you sent got kidnapped. Clearly you didn't send good enough squads. Profile's been saved. Dwarves are skilled, I think. Hold on to your butts, lads. We're going swimming. Let's just double save that. I think I just need a bunch of water in the chat. All fishermen but one miner? That seems like a waste of skill points because it is all ice. Oh shit, I shouldn't have done that. I'm sorry I clicked through the things, so I will go back in the VOD by a few seconds and read what it said. This is what happens when I spend too much time, like, clicking through stuff. You have arrived after a forbidding journey from the mountain homes after a journey from the mountain homes into the forbidding wilderness beyond. To the forbidding journey beyond? What the hell? Your harsh trek has finally ended, and your party of 7 is to make an outpost for the glory of all Ilrodomas. There's almost no supplies left, but with stout labor comes sustenance, whether by bolt, plow, or hook. Provide for your dwarves. You are expecting a supply caravan just before the winter entombs you. But it is spring now. Enough time to delve secure lodgings, ere the Yetis get hungry. A new chapter of Dwarven history begins here at this place. Mygru Basin. Oceanspray. Strike the dwarf. Nicely. Please. Grab your pickaxes. Let's see who our starting 7 are. We got Stukos Onul. The expedition leader is Mistum. What type of furniture would you like, Weed? Because I can make sure that happens. I'm actually ironically going to turn off the Fisher Dwarf. I just want to see exactly what our expedition leader's personality is. Color glazed. Very curious, sometimes to her detriment, very stubborn, will generally be unhindered by the thoughts of others concerning her actions. Occasionally overindulges, has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others. She works to square this natural tendency with her respect of martial prowess, and I haven't unpaused the game yet, by the way. She often feels envious of others and prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible. She tends to not reveal personal information and likes a little excitement now and then. She has a calm demeanor, and she sometimes acts without deliberation. She has an active sense of humor and is slow to trust others. And she has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors but grumbles mildly at bad weather. Okay. I will say, since you're cataloging all these stories, Bismuth, I do hope that you're cataloging them somewhere as well that you can revisit them. Because in the chat, they are kind of fleeting. So if I scroll down, there is, like, I can see on the mini-map, and probably actually, if I go to ASCII, yeah, we can see that there is shale. All the way down, as well as pyrite. And then there's ocean water, which does go down pretty far. So I need to find a relatively close way into the dirt. So I'm going to dig a stairwell. To right there. Then disable ASCII. Okay, if I don't remember, which I probably will remember, remind me, Weed, when we start building workshops. Here we go. I'm also going to do a quick save, because that seems prudent. Also, the FPS is back up to 90. I'm going to turn down the FPS. We started a new fortress due to losing a little bit of time. It's pretty unlikely, Bismuth. I don't think I've ever successfully rescued my own prisoner after fortress mode. Like, if a prisoner gets caught, you have sometime, like, weeks to be able to catch them. Like, I found prisoners that were my own dwarves from my own forts, but only after I'd retired that fort, and then that fort got taken over. Then I found other dwarves that were prisoners in adventure mode. But, like, what is their frame rate set to? I've never once successfully freed a dwarf, except for when my dwarves return and I instantly send them back out and then free them. So it's very unlikely you'll ever see those dwarves again. Like, if you've tried once and they just keep finding nothing, or if you're running around in there and you found nothing, you're probably not going to find them. Although, if you are in adventure mode, go to the overworld and look for blue dots. Go to the blue dots, if they're within that fortress. Silver She, thanks for the 46th month with Prime. You're moving, right? Right? Appreciate you. Lanix, thanks for the gift. There's also some new merch. Just a heads up. Should I smooth this? I think I should. Thankfully, we are in late autumn. Okay, let's just go one layer further down. Okay, so I can look at this in ASCII again. And I'm going to... I don't know, maybe about yay big? Seems fine. And we'll dig up all that. And... yeah, we'll just let them dig. The question is, do I just rush wood in? Probably have enough wood to wall this all off. I could rush wood in, which would probably be safer and just build walls. Or I could take a little bit of time and try to make blocks. I think what I am going to do, though, is I'm going to go right here, and I'm just going to make a carpenter's shop. I'm going to make them out of wood. I'm just going to make... oops. Let's close this tutorial. Hide tutorials. I'm going to go to the nobles menu, and I'm going to assign a manager. Let's say the brewer, because you don't need an office for the manager off the bat. And I'm going to say wooden wheelbarrows. And let's just make 4. Kazil as well. Thank you very much for the 4 months. Appreciate you. Sorry, I haven't been looking at the chat. The most for the minute, For probably what I would assume to be obvious reasons. This is just going to get a wheelbarrow assigned to it. You have some big plans. I can't wait to see more of what's coming in Dinos. You know, Dwarf Fortress. Okay, so hold up. You guys want to know some Dwarf Fortress theories that I have absolutely no confirmation on? But now I'm suddenly going, huh, 4. Historically, Dwarf Fortress has pretty consistently had events as part of the PC gaming show, which, if I'm not mistaken, is this week, right? Like the Summer Games Fest PC gaming show. That is like soon, is it not? What's up, Harry Fountain? I wonder if we're gonna get dinos or magic. I genuinely know nothing. I like, it just dawned on me because, like, in previous events, they've absolutely done stuff with that. That would be cool. Getting a date on magic. And do a Necrosaurus. You know, you should do if we get adventure mode dinosaurs, you should make a T-Rex adventurer or some other dinosaur man adventurer and make a Necrosaurus. Necrosaurus Rex. You're welcome. You can put the check in the mail. Okay, so let's do other stone. And 3. So this is 4, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So 12. Just counting layers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So what, like, we need like 100 blocks, so... we need like 40-ish. It's a good place to start. Especially once these dwarves all clear up. I had trolls batter into a wall that was completely surrounded. By what's it called? Lava once, which was fun. Really wish I could name wheelbarrows. You know what's a mod I would install? If someone made a mod that was just name anything, and it just let you name random items, I might actually install that mod, just so that chat members could graffiti shit. Are there going to be dino people? Tarn's hinted very heavily that there will probably be some sort of dino people. So maybe? It seems likely. I obviously don't know for certain, but it does seem likely. So this is not actually guaranteed to thaw. It might not. So this is just going to be a little room for materials. I'm going to make it into a meeting zone. And I'm going to try to restrict the surface. And if it doesn't thaw, we're going to try and melt the surface. There's also little penguins on the map. Look at these adorable little buggers! I love these guys. I love them. They're dwarf penguins. Verily, I say the raptor people. Although I will say the raptors, Tarn has more or less stated that they're going to be like scientifically accurate raptors. So unlike the raptors of, you know, our childhood films, they're not going to be this like size of murder monsters. They're going to be quite a bit smaller. But I'm also going to do wooden hatch. We'll say 4. Actually, let's just do one of these. Need more blocks first. Go get him, Dwarf. Shot melted? Yeah, I saw. Was it a shot that melted? Yeah, it was. We'll make ones that won't melt. I will say that the shop's melting is stressing me out. Wait. Wasn't there, okay, so we are running into winter right now. Oh, that's interesting. So, these are the ocean layers currently available. Winter is officially upon us. So currently, keep note, chat, the ice starts at layer minus 29. That's where the ice is starting. So, take notes. Because if the ice starts at layer minus 29, then potentially if it goes higher, we know it's thawing. And this is just in case my stairs thaw. The other two melted, by the way. What happened to the last fort? I managed to lose a day's progress, and I don't even know how. So hopefully that doesn't happen again. Like, I have some ideas, because I was doing some, like, OS setup stuff yesterday, but it shouldn't have, like, cost me a fortress, but maybe I fucked up somewhere and deleted it. I'm not sure. I think it was my bad, probably, but I'm not sure how I did it. So I, instead of playing more of that fortress, just kind of said, fuck it, and now we are literally on top of a frozen ocean. Heat, melt, ice. I don't think dwarves' bodies produce heat. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Maybe? I don't know, actually. It is entirely possible. I'm not positive one way or another. But I know it's warmer underground than it is above ground. Like, the further down you go, the warmer it gets in games, so let's just increase that. You're sure nothing bad could happen? Oh, I agree completely. Also, there's an ad break running, so I will pause the game until the ads are done. What's on the map at the moment? It's probably still just little penguins, yeah? Yeah, it's just little penguins. If something bad happened, it would have happened already? Well, I mean, it is winter, because I retired another fort to start this one. Dwarf Fortress doesn't have cloud support. Darking. No, I've just been doing a bunch of fiddling with drivers and like reverting to previous snapshots, which is like restoring to figure out how to set up Debian properly. And probably what happened is I returned to the wrong snapshot and lost a day's progress, which just makes me feel really dumb. But I don't think I did. So I will probably be doing more fiddling with that tonight, and I will copy paste my entire save directory and put it on my server and not do that again. That is my plan. To be honest, guys, I'm not entirely sure what happened, but... Phantasmashy in YouTube chat says, you're trying to save your machine, accidentally deleted some things. Yeah, that'll happen. I mean, I lost some bot data on my initial install on this machine, which just makes me feel stupid because I know what I did wrong. Be careful in the mosh pit in that case, Bismuth. I hear their fans like to pee in the mosh pit. He said he brought gorillas, okay? Or am I confusing gorillas and death grips? That might also be possible. But one of those two had a scandal recently where somebody was peeing in the mosh pit. Just going to make a food stockpile for the dwarves that somehow are between jobs. They're around until they're finished touring and an album cycle, and then they disband, and then they come back. They've disappeared and come back like 8 times in the time that I've been aware of their existence. By disappeared, I mean gone on permanent hiatus, stopped being a musical performance group, and then come back. Affleck Alienware? I'm sorry if the commercials are weird. I have no control of what they are or what they look like. It's honestly one of my biggest problems with Twitch and YouTube is that I can't just be like, don't advertise this subject. Like, if I could make less money in ad revenue and just click a button that says don't promote, I don't know, gambling, I would probably do that. But at least it's just Alienware. What was weird about it, Excalibur? A weird Spanish horror movie? That sounds... I don't know. I like horror movies. It's probably pretty cool. I remember... so I've had Twitch Turbo for a really long time. So I don't see any ads on Twitch. Just because Anyway. But I remember the majority of ads I got on Twitch were for Planet of the Apes movies and cheap candy. So recently, I was just browsing on the YouTube machine and found out that they've made 5 of those movies. Planet of the Planet of the Apes, the reboot. And the last one I remember seeing ads for was the second. Getting Fanta ads? Could be worse. I know that on a lot of web browsers, you can pop out the stream while the ad is playing and unmute the stream. Just pro tip. Or alternatively, you could run the YouTube stream and the Twitch stream at the same time and mute the Twitch stream during the ads and tab over. Whatever works for you. You got Blue Chew? Does that mean that the algorithm knows that you're not single? I used to get a lot of condom ads on Twitch, actually. I don't think I've ever gotten a Blue Chew ad outside of, like, baked-in podcast ads. Let's just say take items from here. Take items from there. Take items from there. Where's the ice levels at? Okay, so it's still the same. Nothing has moved. I don't think it's going to fully thaw. I really, really don't. But what could happen is the shelf could lose support and collapse just on its own. Because there's like 9 levels or so that could disconnect. Although I guess I am building this, which would negate that. Okay. Now it's just a matter of getting everything inside. Yes, I used Embark Anywhere to embark on this ocean. Like, I could have also used Deep Embark to embark under the ocean, but I feel like the shenanigan possibilities here are because we are under the ocean. Radbug, thanks for the 16th month. Welcome back. Appreciate you, dude. Also, thanks for the 100 people watching on the YouTube side, and for the 210 here on Twitch. You guys are very kind. Appreciate you. Everyone's sleeping. Now's not the time, guys. How do you get more tickets? You watch the stream. If you're subscribed, you get 2 every 30 minutes. If you are not subscribed, you get 1 every 30 minutes. Although there was a big data loss recently. I lost 2 years worth of hours and tickets, which actually kind of annoys me a little bit. I also don't have any sound commands right now, which happened when I set up the bot. And then last night decided to try and get some plugins set up for OBS and messed around with drivers, and so I haven't set up the bot stuff yet. Probably what I'm going to need to do actually is send out an email to paying members to just fill. Probably what I should do is send out an email to paying members on my blog and just be like, hey, if you want sound command access, respond to this email or yell at me in chat next time. And then I just have to manually redo it all. Because a lot of people have different names where they pay for that privilege. And then on the Twitch side, I can just download my subscriber list and just grab that and set that all up again. You slept and all the snow has melted? Well, that's good. And thank you. Hobgob Bro. I wanted to say Hobo Go Bro, but Hobgob Bro is what your name seems to be. I'm going to make minecart. Although I'm going to make 2 of them out of wood. Wooden minecart. I'm going to make 2 infinite stockpiles. Actually, maybe I should just do an everything. Why am I clicking the wrong button? What the hell am I doing today? So I'm going to make 2 wooden minecarts. And I'm going to move all of the boulders into one pile right here. This will be stone. I'll just say all of it. It doesn't actually matter. No wheelbarrow. Leave the game paused for the minute. Just going to grab this, put it there, because you don't actually need a stop there to be able to make it. I'm just going to say all stone. Get rid of all this. And then load from there. And then I'm going to go build. Track stop up there. And then I'm going to half the size of this, more or less. And then I'm going to make a second one. No, that's not the wrong. It's P is the stockpile I need, but it's not underneath my hand, so let's go there, there. And then here, you're just going to be wood. You're also going to be wood. Going to make another one of these, which is going to go right there. Get rid of this. I'm going to go wood. I'm gonna say load from there. And then you are going to go right here. It's 2 quantum stockpiles. You're gonna keep that, except you're gonna get a 4th wheelbarrow. I'm gonna go up to here and I'm going to delete this. And that should make the minecarts pretty quickly. You just missed it, Lucas. Apologies. And thank you for all the birthday wishes, chat. Like, there's a lot of them, so it's hard to thank everybody individually, but appreciate you guys. I'll have you know, so far today I got a birthday wish from my little sister and Twitch and Discord. So far that's it. So thank you. Appreciate you. My little sister's a good person to get one from, though. Oh, I'm not complaining. I'm just saying you guys beat my mom. So did my little sister, actually, but I already got my birthday presents from my parents, though. My mom and dad bought me a very nice new, like, comforter for my bed. So I'm quite happy, actually, about it. So these should just start stacking. Assuming I told you to load from the right one. Yep. Excellent. Mom's slacking. It's fine. It's a work day. It's a work day. Cool. Those are all working. Speaking of working, gonna get rid of that and get rid of that. In fact, I can just get rid of these in general. Get rid of that and just follow these dwarves as they put shit away. No, I just moved the location of the stockpile instead of deleting it, but hauling takes priority over the jobs that they were doing, so. It doesn't really matter anyway. Those are all temporary workshops. We're up to midwinter, which is pretty good for speed. I just need to get all of this stuff unloaded and moved. I'm on it. I'm only making the, actually, let's make another wooden minecart. Just one more for food. I'm only doing this so that I don't need to dig out more space and can just get everything underground. To stop acting like a flamingo? Can you explain like I'm 5 what the hell that means, Zycrum? Also, it's good to see you, man. How you been? All my notifications are broken. Just an FYI. They won't interview people, Jax, Fox, unless they have an office assigned. So just make sure they have an office assigned. And also, they won't interview people unless there's a captain of the guard active, I think. So if you don't have a captain of the guard and if they don't have offices assigned, give them offices. Oh, you just had to put your foot down? I get it. I get it. I get it, Zircom. I get it. I get it. Also, hey, Smexy. And plus control. There's a lot of people I haven't said hi today. How am I doing? I'm okay. Is the surface access also walled? Right now it's just, I mean, yes. It's just a floor layer, but that won't even create any water, so. Waves could be a problem if it does thaw, but, you know, see. I'll add in some more walling for sanity reasons. Oopsies. Actually, how many more wall pieces do I have? Oh, plenty. we go. That should do it. Surely it won't thaw? Don't call me Shirley. It is my birthday today. My birthday was actually almost 12 hours ago, technically. Because it is now 12:15, and I was born like just a couple minutes after midnight. Yeah, that sounds about right. Jax Fox. The Dungeon Master's like a weird extra position that doesn't do a ton at the moment. Wait, whose name? Windows? Is there any special gimmick to this fort? We are on an ocean, and you're not supposed to be able to embark on an ocean, and the entire surface might melt. I don't know yet. Aside from that, it's untamed wilds very far north, and there's penguins. There was little penguins earlier. During a test embark, there was giant, what are they called? Giant elephant seals. Yaks are starving? I mean, there's so much grass for them to eat. They're also not the biggest priority at the moment. Not to be mean to them, but I could butcher them, but I then would have to put them in a stockpile or give them a stockpile to go. You learn something every day, Grip God. Learn something every day. I don't really see the purpose of keeping them alive. Okay, I'm just going to make this bigger. Go down here. Make a butcher. And just butcher and tan. It is just untamed wilds, so I don't have to worry about resurrecting here. Also, the fortress is called Oceanspray, and the group is the Pineapple of Sponges. Because the very first fortress I did in this world was called Squidward. So maybe this is a spiritual sequel to Squidward. Sure, you could call it that. This ice is a bunch of sheets, so. There we go. Additional food has been acquired. Well, this isn't called pineapple on pizza. It's called Pineapple of Sponges because he lives in a pineapple under the sea. What about banana or corn? How do you know, like, the last 4 pizzas I've eaten all had pineapple on them, so. I mean, the beauty of, like, you know, having preferences and options, Scout Pie, is that you don't need to eat it. That's fine. We also got Mediterranean and pepperoni for those of you who like grease and salt with your carbohydrates. Have you never had a banana pizza? You really need to open up your horizons, Radbug. Resi Itakato. Probably completely butchered your name. I've made it around another trip on the sun. It was a successful journey. I had to, like, flap my arms real hard to make the trip, but many Kerbals probably died during the float, but we made it. Cheers, man. I'm glad you like the content and the stuff that I make. Also, are we just getting invaded by Brazil? Because in YouTube chat, I get told to try Brazilian flavored pizzas. I'm good. I kind of don't eat a lot of pizza. And then immediately get told congratulations from Brazil. As far as I'm concerned, every, like, third person on the internet is from Brazil. You flap your arms to propel yourself in space? That or, like, blow out air. I don't know. I don't know how you propel yourself in space. I've never been to space. Do I look like William Shatner to you? Okay, so layer 29, still where the ice stops. I have to check when the spring hits, which is in like a month. Should probably also like lock the dwarves underground pretty soon. Let's just get this food sorted. Get all these forbid. If I jump up here and check this, let's deconstruct this. And just make furniture, finished goods, leather, I guess. I don't know what else to put there. Stockpile. Seems our manager is destroying the wagon. A rite of passage. I love how there's a sock in the wagon, supposedly, but there isn't actually a sock in the wagon. You grab an additional log. Well, I mean, everybody in Japan and Japan and like Korea and that kind of part of the world and the Philippines and whatnot, they all start like saying hello around like 3 p.m. Same with Australia. Like when people say good morning at 3 p.m. my time, I'm like, oh, you're in Australia. And they're like, nope, I'm in Japan. I'm like, damn it, that was close. Also, my dad just texted me, so I gotta respond. Dwelling upon having a drink without using a goblet, cup, or mug. Oh god, the horror. Okay, let's go down here. And just make a meeting zone. While the manager destroys another building. Like I said, my mom is working right now. My dad's retired. Although my dad usually wakes up at like stupid o'clock a.m. Like my dad's like a 4 a.m. waker-upper and has been for like the last 20 years. So I'm kind of amazed. He must have slept in today or something. A snowstorm has come. Late winter. Why are we running this way? We all just went back here to take a nap, hey? Let's just expand this a bit, which should be fine down here. Yeah, I know. But I was just wondering why they went all the way out there to sleep when I clearly made them a location to chill over here. But we're just going to expand this. and also expand into here because I can. That's probably about as big as it needs to be realistically. There it goes. What should I make this first zone into, chat? You know, the oddest thing, for years, Kid Fox DF announcements would get emojis like that, and then the Brazilian flag emoji. And we eventually had a discussion in the mod chat if there's some secret bad meaning, but no, the Brazilian it's just the Brazilian overseers. Yeah. Oh, shit. My friend Kevin's mom just sent me a birthday notice. That's a new one. Shoutouts to Kevin's mom. Apparently she watches my shorts, which is really funny to me. A guild hall. What would this guild hall be, chat? I could just do the engravers thing. Temple to the God of Ice. Oh, there definitely isn't one. What is the most popular god, actually? My dad's texting me about Ferraris. Hold up. What's my dad saying? My dad texts me, Ferrari now has an EV of $650,000. Jaguar is about to release an EV for $180,000. The difference, Ferrari is making every piece that goes into the car, so parts availability is theoretically forever. Interesting. Please don't respond. I know you're working. Have a great day. I'm just kind of fascinated that Ferrari is making an EV. Huh. Zoom, zoom. Pretty much, green tea. Yeah. Can't stay to watch. Just wanted to say that you love your content, and I actually got you into playing Dwarf Fortress. Happy to help, dude. Thanks for swinging by. All right, we are hitting late winter. It is the 17th. As far as Guild Hall, I don't know about... Like, the thing is, I need to actually find Thawed Ocean to make... Fisher Dwarves of any use. I did just do the engravers in the last fort, so we could stick with tradition and do a second engraver. I could also do a miners guild, because mining is such an important skill now. That's a lot of subs. Hold up. Let me go look at something. And I'm going to assume that my dad is speaking in US dollars. Because I'm in an ad break anyway, in a minute. But I could... I'm just going to do something that's very silly. I'm loading my lifetime Twitch revenue. Although it doesn't seem to want to load. See if I go forward a little bit. It doesn't want to give me earnings revenue for lifetime. Hold up. I know there's a way I can find it, but I might have to do a little bit more calculator. It might just be too much data. I think it's just too much data. It's just too much data. It's giving me an error. I'd have to do this in chunks. 1 year at a time. I'll get there. Okay, so I would need to 4x my lifetime Twitch revenue, which is like since 2016. So which is a lifetime subscription count of about 65,000. That includes like resubs, primes, and everything subscriptions. Sounds like 2 good spins of roulette. In order to buy that EV, that Ferrari EV, which I wouldn't be able to drive. You know. Anyway, what was I doing? Making a guild hall. I'm gonna make a miners guild. That's what I'm gonna do. Also, Roger, thanks for gifting 5 memberships in the YouTube chat. I think I would need to 10x my YouTube revenue. Lifetime. Maybe more. Also, that isn't the number of subscriptions I would need. That is the number of subscriptions I've had over that time. Also is really ugly. I feel like most cars are kind of really ugly, but maybe it's just me. Okay, so it seems like everybody is underground and indoors. There's nothing left for the wagon. So this should be where I get sent to. So now the question is, where the hell do I want to build? I feel like I should just go further down. Maybe to like this layer, where things will be a little safer. I don't know exactly where the aquifer will be, but I could buy a Ferrari electric unicycle. Honestly, that would be cooler. Like, I'm not gonna lie, that would be way cooler. Like, Ferrari starting to make bikes would be so much more interesting to me. Let's make 10 beds. Seems doable. I mean, if I was making enough money to be able to buy a Ferrari EV, I could probably also hire a private driver. Like twice a year. I have no idea if this ocean's going to melt. Oh, Jesus. So, IDK. I do not know. What's up, Nag? Appreciate you. I mean, if I was wishing the best for the dwarves, then I wouldn't have let them settle here, but here we are. Alright, just do it this way. This will look a little better. Work 20 years on a free-to-play game and go to Steam afterwards, and then you'll get millions in a week and you'll be able to buy a Ferrari bike. And then you won't be able to afford the Ferrari bike very long, because if money disappears really quickly, it kind of doesn't matter how much you have. In reality, like, unless you are making millions a week, every week forever, you can't really afford to do that. You kind of, like, you just hire a financial planner and move on with your life. And don't change too much. Maybe eat out slightly more frequently, you know? Get Uber Eats occasionally. Which is why, like, I'm kind of, like, I think impressed is the wrong word, but proud of Zach and Tarn in a way, because, like, the only thing that really changed is they, like, I think are both homeowners now. I'm actually just going to forbid these because it's very likely I'm going to move them. I'm also going to need to find the caverns because we're going to run out of food. Second bike for the financial planner. I already own a bike. Like, truly, I already own a bike. I'm good. 2, in fact. Although I have a love-hate relationship with one of them. It broke my foot. Amdrin, thank you very much for the Prime sub. Appreciate you. Wasn't feeling the resurrecting biome. I lost an entire stream worth of progress somehow while doing something fiddling with drivers last night. So somehow I managed to, like, fuck something up where I lost a year's worth of progress. So I decided to just start a new fort in the same area. Rich boy with 2 bikes. One of them I got for free, and the other one I technically got for free, but the one that I technically got for free needed a lot of repairs and maintenance. So I had to, like, fix it, basically. No, I fucked this up. So the one I technically got for free needed a lot of repairs and maintenance. So I had to basically buy a bike to finish repairing it. So I ended up just getting, like, an affordable, really nice bike instead of a, like, several $1,000 bike, because that's what that would have been. It was like, although my dad actually helped me fix it up as a birthday gift. So I ended up, I think I spent $800 on that other bike, on the nice one. We kind of went 50-50 on it. Easy to get technically free bikes when people use crappy locks? No. I mean, well, I did have to cut a lock off of one of them, but that's because the previous owner lost the key and, like, wanted to get rid of it and told me that if I could cut the lock off, I could just have it. Because he was buying a car and it had been sitting in his parking space since he moved in and he'd never used it. Kodiak, thank you very much for the 10-pack of gift subs. It's very kind of you. Was it the... No, it was the mountain bike, which was the one I got for free from an old neighbor. Are you disability shaming me, Creed? It seems like it. That's part of the reason I moved to somewhere with more bike lanes, though. Jokes aside. You lost 3 bikes to bike thieves? I lost... Ooh. At least 2. I lost one right when I moved in, but there was another one that got stolen. Yeah, so I've had 2 bikes stolen in my life. Not in a while, but... No, the one that's older, that's very nice, that I also got for free. I guess I didn't technically get it for free. I got it as a thank you from an elderly gentleman who'd had it for years. I'm gonna need to do something on this level. I got it as a thank you from an elderly gentleman who'd had it for years. And he gave it to me because I helped him with his garden plot in the community garden that I worked in. So I helped him dig big holes for a little while. And he gave it to me as a thank you because he couldn't ride it anymore. Holy shit. Twitchy Biceps. Thank you massively for the 25 gift subs. That is ridiculous. Thank you so much. Hey, you got diamond in there. Thank you. Cheers, mate. Check. Can I get a big round of beers for the 25er? That's almost a hype train. He needs $1 in bits or a resub or a prime. Thank you. You're extremely kind. And then you mathed it out on stream. I mean, he might actually be watching. I don't know. My parents do lurk on my streams sometimes. I would prefer you didn't, Twitchy Biceps. Because I have a history of never actually playing games that are gifted to me. And if I want to get a game, I can usually just DM the developer and ask nicely. It's sort of like asking to buy a movie ticket for somebody who like reviews movies professionally. Eric, thanks for the $1. I think that's higher than almost higher than the last hype train. Holy crap. Needs 2 subscriptions or $6 in bits. Make that 3 subscriptions or $6 or $15 in bits to level up again because Necron Tier just is being an overachiever. Appreciate you, mate. But what was the game that you wanted to gift me out of curiosity, Twitchy? Because I'll take a look at the game regardless, but King is watching? Yeah, I think I actually already have that. I'm pretty sure I either have that or there's a key sitting in my inbox somewhere. But, is that a Hooded Horse published game? It's the big tower thingy. I know that much. Probably not my vibe, but I've seen it recommended in a few places, though. People have said good things. Pudding stone! The tastiest stone. Curious about how deep this aquifer goes. Birthday subs, thank you, Eric. For the 5-pack. I think we've probably like 2x'd my best day last month, so. No pudding? Okay. Last time I had pudding, I was in the hospital, so. I'm not trying to be putting you on the spot, Stone. I'm expecting this to be a very deep aquifer. Also, when it comes to my dad and Ferraris, I think my dad is just like... My dad just really likes Ferrari as a brand because he or just as a company, because he likes the idea of car companies that literally make everything in-house. Kind of for the same reason that, like, I think a lot of people who are into computers really like, how do I put this? People who are into computers are kind of fascinated by things like framework, even if they don't own one. If that makes sense? Like, things that are user and maintainable, I guess, in theory. Even if the parts cost an arm and a leg. I'm going to dig into the ocean. There's a walrus over there. There's several walruses, actually. Cheers, Milk Slinger. Thanks for swinging by. Appreciate you, dude. Are there any sharks for them to jump? That's a good question. No? Why do their eyes look like a censored bar? Like they... Is that shading? Or is there like a missing sprite there? There are so many of those games, and I've learned that every single one I've tried, I've hated. Have I heard of that one? No. But I've tried a handful of those, and the only one I've ever actually enjoyed is Risk of Rain, and I don't even enjoy Risk of Rain that much anymore, so I haven't really been looking. Creed. Do we know when the thaw starts? I don't know if it's going to thaw, but if it's going to thaw, it'll be sometime in the summer. The area is freezing, so I don't know if it's going to thaw, period. There is a chance that the shelf could become unstable. Have I ever played Slay the Spire? No, but I don't like card games or deck builders. Well, actually, that's not fair. I do like card games. I despise deck builders. I like a Phillips green tea. I know what you mean when you say screwdriver, but how much wood did I embark with? 70 something logs. OJ and vodka, yeah. It's unhealthy. Very unhealthy. Like 6th grade? Who are you talking about that looks like your teacher? Who drank OJ and vodka until like the 6th grade? Okay, so this is where I'm down to now. So I'm going to dig over there and go down here. Dig up here and dig down here. But thank you for the ridiculously big hype train, chat, which did one up the last one. 25 or 53 gift subs and $1 in bits. Last one I think was 40 something subs. Thank you. Oh, the walrus looks like him. Got it. Okay. I was like, what are we talking? Are we talking about Electro Boom? Are we talking about something else? What are we talking about? Does anybody know of the band Killing Joke? Because they have a song called I Am the Virus. And the way he sings in that song, I always hear it as walrus. Nothing really to do with anything aside from I am the walrus is all I hear when he's singing in that song. It's also kind of a bit of an earworm, I guess. Actually, let's just go a little further here. Let's hope it doesn't thaw while they're in here, if it thaws. Well, it's more like I Am the Walrus, but I Am the Walrus is a Beatles song, correct? It's just way funnier when you're thinking about like a borderline psychotic conspiracy song from 2016 about planet-wide annihilation from deadly flus. It's funnier in that voice to think about I am the walrus. Hey, I got a text from Mom on lunch break. And name him Neil? Not Seal? The real question is Neil young? You have to make cupcakes? Why do you have to make cupcakes? You're making cupcakes because it's my birthday? I'm making a loaf of bread on my birthday. I guess I don't get the reference in regards to Neil the Seal. Okay, so we got tetrahedrite. I'm just gonna go to right here. To right about there. Dig down there. There's a young elephant seal named Neil that was a menace to the town he lived near last summer. He'd just lie down behind people's cars and they'd have to call in like, oh. Is this like that seal that grabbed the little girl in Steveston and pulled her in the water? And then they had to put up signs saying, don't pet the seals everywhere? Which isn't funny, but she was okay, so it's kind of funny. Like a discarded I like how an elephant seal is the same as a discarded thong by Dwarf logic. Just grabbed a pizza and a beer. Hell yeah! You're doing more than me. I'm just streaming and making a loaf of bread. Speaking of, I should probably get up and go punch it. Found a slab. Return the slab! Or don't. I don't know. Down to layer 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. I'm not gonna lie, digging straight down like this through ice does kind of make it look like the game is frozen. The video is pretty funny, Kiwi Green Tea, I'll give you that. Violence against bread? I mean, it's more like pinch and fold than punch, but... Looks like we got red sand, conglomerate, a bunch of open space. Goes deeper somehow. Not seeing any paraplegic clay, but it's still more than deep enough, most likely. Bunch of albatross. All right, let's go down to here, then go down to here. I don't know if I'm going to do anything with that layer. I might, but I'm going to go straight down to layer 90. You guys can follow these dwarves. I'm going to go punch my bread. And also run an ad break. By the time I get back, we will have probably, hopefully, maybe found a cavern there. BRB. Thank you very much for everything. All right. Bread has been punched. No cavern there. Wow. Okay. I mean, why is there screams coming from the kitchen? Bad bug. Dad's beating the eggs. Get it? Anyway. Not where it matters, because it's a 55% chance to win if you're subscribed, so the odds are actually very much in your... Holy shit, Olivine! Well, I'll take that. Got serpentine. We got coal? Oh, hell yeah! Oh, never mind. A lot of that is like only available in near the ocean, so I'll have to dig around the ocean, but that's pretty dope. That's pretty dope. Green fort on the sea. Also, Waldmine is your lover. Your dabbling organizer. Very satisfied after work. Worship the god Nar. Remember the dead sect. Santa's coming early to bring coal? I mean, it would be very early because holidays have already cleared. Dwarf is happy for now. Yeah, that's true. This is the same world. Did something happen to Legends? Legends stopped working after the diplomacy patch, so the patch that added the diplomacy options. So I need somebody to assist with helping update it, make it function again. What are the odds we've missed a cavern lair? I mean, we're learning how to mine and doing a bunch of prospecting, so it's not a waste, but... More olivine, apparently. Look at that. Oil rig. I don't know, something like that. Probably. I mean, that would be real cool if we could pull it off. As far as offshore mining platform goes. That would be real cool. Also, we're into late spring now, so let's see. Well, I've discovered a deep, expansive cavern deep underground. It's very deep. Hold on, let's pause. Yes, the ocean's still at the same layer in late spring. It might not fully thaw. We might actually be in the clear. Oh, would you look at that? Minus 106. And it's a dry cavern. Ironic, you know, that the ocean map is a dry cavern. Like, very ironic, actually. Let's just grab blocks. Which means we have to go deeper. That's what that means. All the water is on top, and it's salt water too, so I'll have to pump it out. I mean, there is an aquifer, but it mostly just means there's going to be no wood down here. Which is a bit counterproductive here, actually. So now we actually just need to wait for this to get done before they can access this, but that's fine. I'll just keep digging. I mean, I could farm down here, so it's not a loss or anything, but I don't have any seeds. Except for plump helmet spawn, so I would like to find a cavern with more useful materials for us. There we go, now they can get out. I'm cutting down ocean trees? I mean, I was able to send people off map, but we don't yet know if anybody's going to be able to join the map, if that makes any sense. So chat, what cavern layer do you think that is? Do you think that's the bottommost one, or do you think there's two more? Or do you think that's the middle one? We're at layer minus 115, meaning we're about to hit the magma sea. In fact, we just hit the magma sea, so it has to be the bottom one, right? It has to be the bottommost one. All right, expedition leader, brave one. Discovered an unusual volcanic wall studded with gems. Raw adamantine praised the miners, and a magma pool, and an expansive cavern deep underground. Okay. And another unusual wall studded with gems. Okay, this is exciting. Okay, the adamantine is visible right there. Sure. Where's this pool? Oh, nope. It is not, in fact, the lowest cavern layer. That is... I would bet that this is the second cavern layer? So it seems... I think Willamol is probably right? Damn, okay. Let's just go here and put a floor tile there when I have the chance. So I guess I should just dig this way. Rock door. And then just jump up to... Yep, we do have that. Okay, let's dig. And also, thank you, tablet Lenovo person. Or person on a Lenovo tablet, presumably. So now that I've got access to this, I'm just gonna do... Oh, it's all dead. I guess it is late spring. We'll wait until 2 doors are made. Actually, maybe I'll just wall this off. Get some doors installed. We'll come back down here once it's set up and ready to go. Whole lot of sapphires. Oh shit, there's a bunch of fun boxes around. This would be a pretty banging spot to set up a fort, though. What's the deepest level of this world? 129. Is Ono a leap town the way you skip town in Dwarf Fortress? I wonder. The dwarves can't eat lava? Yeah, but they can eat lots of stuff that grows here naturally, so. There's also water, which is really what we need, and trees. Now I have to make the decision. Is this a cavern fort? Or a just below the ocean fort? There's Cassiterite. Because if it's a just below the ocean fort, then it should be on this layer. If it's a cavern fort, then it should be all the way down there. What do we think? Not necessarily, because this is an aquifer. So I could absolutely bring buckets up here and farm up here. I'm seeing almost a 50-50 split. Cavern, ocean is what I'm seeing. With waterfalls, cannot do that because I am not convinced it will, like, I could do waterfalls in the caverns. I can't do a ocean fort with ice, with waterfalls and ice, because we are very far north, meaning it will either kill half the dwarves once per season, or it will just be frozen year-round and won't be usable. How about this? We have some settlements down in the bottom of the cavern, but we try to build, like, we use the cavern as, like, I'm going to say why not both? This is what I'm going to do. I'm going to put bedrooms in the middle here. All military, trading, that kind of industry on the surface. Cavern is for food production, heavy industry, and we try to get lava to the surface. I need a tavern first. I didn't even build a tavern in the last fort. How's that sound, chat? Sounds like a fort, indeed. And we have 7 dwarves who have just settled under very harsh conditions. So let's make some bedrooms. So that's one little set of bedrooms. Could do another one down here. This bottom one kind of doesn't fit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Do another one right there. That'll be my first little bedroom hovel. And I'm just gonna go here and do. There we go. Taverns are the beers we drink along the way, yeah. When summer hits, I will have to go down to the caverns, though, and do a little bit of farming. Oh, and also, something very important. I'm going to put a well in here, and I'm going to name that well. What are you doing? For our friend Weed. Below the ocean would be more unique. Certainly. Yeah, certainly. I mean, that's what I'm going to name my well, in your honor. Okay, so 29 is where the ocean still stops freezing. It could very well be permafrost. We don't really know. So currently there are giant puffins on the map. Bedrooms look like a pointing dwarf set sideways. I'll be honest with you, I don't see it, but I will have to believe you. Also going to grab a still and plunk it up here. I'm also going to get rid of those 2. Just claim these, because I'm going to move all of these. Because it turns out I don't actually need all of them. Let's go down to the lowest level, which is actually right about here. Just get some blocks placed in here. It's been so many gift subs, I've lost count, Adrian. But thanks for swinging by. And being around to be able to be gifted a sub. Alright, you start brewing drinks from the plump helmets that I have so I can just collect some seeds. Well, where I already have some plump helmets spawn, but Also, this one's open where it's not supposed to be. Stab it. Theoretically, Friday Hawks, I've done similar stuff, but you need a ridiculously large amount of lava to actually do that. Would probably actually be more reasonable to try and fish sea creatures out of down here. Or maybe go up to here and then pump like saltwater out, but it's also an aquifer level, so that might actually be quite difficult. But potentially, like, yeah, there's a few ways I could do it that could be quite creative, but we'll see what ends up happening. The nice thing is that I've got a lot of olivines, so colors can be creative and fun. I do hope that, so one of the things is you need to remember that there's a ridiculously large number of dragons in this world. I do hope we get attacked by a dragon, and I do hope it breathes fire on the surface, because I've always wanted to see a dragon breathe fire on ice. Never seen that happen before. I kind of feel like it would probably end with it sneezing once, firing out a ball of fire, and then immediately falling into ice and vanishing. I'm dying. But I don't actually know. So that is kind of my hope for this, or one of my hopes for this fort. One of my dreams, if you will. Just because I think that would be so fucking funny. Would need to write? Write what? Let's plop in a carpentry shop. Get those beds made. Uh-oh. Found aquifer. That's one of the reasons I'm digging these long lines, is to look for aquifer. Because we are very close to the aquifer. Alright, so over here, I'm going to put in kind of a, not a big space, but a little bit of a bigger-ish space. And this is going to be probably the start of a kitchen, but also a well, which is going to go underneath us over here. Maybe even a hospital in the future. I don't know. We could do 2 wells in there. Let's go this way. And that way. So we're into early summer. The ocean is still at the same level. So, full disclosure here, I'm not really expecting it to fully thaw at any point. But I am expecting it to thaw more than it is right now at some point. And we'll be a little bit surprised if it doesn't. But regardless, I won't be super surprised, I guess. Are you guys expecting it to thaw, chat? Because it is frozen. It is freezing cold in this area. This map is notably cold, but honestly I haven't played on enough freezing oceans in the past few years to be positive about what's going to happen. The thing is, if it thaws up to here, layer -5, there is a chance I could cause an annual cave-in, which would be fun. There's our aquifer. Let's actually do this. I just need this to be several layers deeper than it currently is. So that we don't get muddy buckets. If I go here and make a garbage dump, can I dump out all of these boulders quickly? Probably. Let's just go right here. Take that out. And dig that out. This will be fine. And then I can go... I actually don't think I have this stuff for a well. I'll need to make... some mech... that's not really what I wanted to do. Let's just undump everything on this layer. There we go. All right, indeed, carbohydrates. Periodic warning and a partial thaw some years. I feel like it'll be pretty consistent because historically when I've done similar-ish things to this kind of nonsense, it's been pretty consistent when it does thaw. All right. Sweet. So now that I've done all that, let's just unforbid that and get rid of this so I don't forget about it. And just go right here and make a mechanic. Let's also go up to this stockpile and just say, don't carry stuff there. We're just gonna unload it. I'm going to say rock mechanisms. Do I have ropes? Can't remember. I don't see ropes, so I guess not. I'll have to make some ropes. But at the very least, that's a water source. Cheers, Freeways! Thanks for helping keep the chat moving. You've only done one Tundra fort. Tundra's pretty different than this because it is technically still land, right? I need to hotkey this lower cavern layer. Why don't I actually just do this way? And I'm going to go up to here and just throw in a loom. We're just gonna go get some silk, so I don't need to worry about pigtails. Clothing and leather, loom. Just to try it out. What's something you've never tried in Dwarf Fortress, chat? Biome-wise. Also, welcome back, Smexy. Or later, Smexy? Not sure. Cheers, MKIPL. Is it IPA? MKIPA? Or LPA? I don't know. But thank you for the birthday wishes to everybody in the YouTube chat. Digging through tetrahedrite. Expedition leader heading done. So that needs to get placed like stat. And we can start gathering giant cave spider silk. And I'm going to make cages, wooden cages, just like 4. Throw some cage traps in here. Once we get those mechanisms made, because we're making them. Well, thanks for watching, Fury. Code Jin. Too cowardly to deal with aquifers of any kind. I will forever bash my forehead into the wall whenever I see that. That's like the most successful out-of-date information in Dwarf Fortress is just aquifers are bad. Like, it is actually something that could be studied, in my humble opinion. Also, there's a babby. So chat said it's my birthday, so I have to name a baby after me. What am I naming this baby? It's a lady baby. What would I name this baby, chat? What do you think I should name that baby? There's sand down here, so we can do some fun stuff with sand. Greg? I'm not naming it Greg, because Greg is a boy's name. I have a genuine personal rule against naming dwarves Greg if it's being named after me. There's somebody named Greg and then some, who I will name dwarves after. How about we name the baby June? Wait, what? When did I get it? Oh, shit. Announcements also got reset. Because I got a migrant wave. And Bastet migrated here. I guess I need to enable redemptions. You know what? I'm actually going to stick to my guns. I will name something else after me. I really hate having me in my games. I literally never do that. Like, not in any game will I name a character after me. Historically, I've literally never done it. Not even in The Sims. For whatever that's worth. Gremlin I want to know. Snatcher I want to know. Caravan I need to know. And pause. Ambush I want to know. Migrants I want to know. Migrant I want to know. Migrants I want to know. No migrants I want to know. Gremlin pulled lever I want to know. Gremlin, gremlin, gremlin. Diplomat, liaison. Trade diplomat. Cave in. Strange mood. Actually, I don't even know what a fucking regular beast is. I will say I do find these default alerts somewhat baffling. Like, truly? Somewhat baffling. Okay. You're collecting webs. Good stuff. We're also in an ad break, so... You want to be a beardless dwarf scout pie? Okay. I also need to give one to Femi Noir. which I never did name yesterday, so I'm just going to give this one to Femi. And Scout Pie, you would like a Lady Dwarf. Scout Pie, you are in love with Rovod Waldmine, and she is sloppy with her living space and feels strong urges and seeks short-term rewards. She is unfriendly and disagreeable and bothered by this, and she values friendship. She is not a private person and freely shares details of her life. She is inattentive to detail in her own work, and she very easily falls into love. She develops positive feelings and finds obligations confining, though she is conflicted by this for more than one reason. She sometimes is considered rude, and she isn't particularly ambitious. She tends to hang on to grievances. And, yeah, I remember, Gaia. She tends to hang on to grievances, and, I completely lost my spot. For more than one reason, she could be considered rude, and she isn't particularly ambitious. She tends to hang on to grievances, and she is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from herself. She is grateful when others help her out, and she tries to return favors. She tends to consider what others think of her. Generally is quite confident in her abilities when undertaking specific ventures, and is stubborn, and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. She does not easily hate or develop negative feelings, and has a menacing stare when she's angry. She runs her fingers through her hair when she becomes exasperated and needs alcohol to get through the working day, and likes working outdoors, grumbles mildly at crap weather. And personally values hard work, values good craftsmanship, dislikes cooperation, and dreams of raising a family. Likes borax and trifle pewter and blue diamond in the color carmine, low boots, and large serrated discs. Giant barracudas for their predatory nature and the words of the Page of Crystal. And when possible, prefers consume lychee wine and absolutely hates jumping spiders. You started learning DF at a time when everyone would talk about the horrors of aquifers. People continued talking about them for 4 years after they nerfed them to the point where like 99% of aquifers are totally fine. And people still talk about how terrifying they are. And it boggles my mind. I think the downloads of the usual builds contribute it. You think he'll adopt it to the organic style? I mean, I am of the opinion, Master of Pangolins in YouTube chat, or not YouTube chat, in Twitch chat, that the biggest supply of my personal boredom with games is just doing the same thing every time. And Dwarf Fortress isn't a game that really benefits you by playing super optimally. Like, a little bit of optimization is good, but the game warns you when you start a map with an aquifer. Yeah, but 99.9% of the aquifers, 99% of most maps are aquifers. Anyways, I'm not gonna sit here and just like preach the glory of aquifers, but having an unlimited source of fresh water on every map, if you're used to that and like playing with that and like the flexibility of that, it'll drive you fucking nuts if you don't have it. I rest my case. I don't know. Play with aquifers, you cowards. That's all. I already read that. You're part of the Turquoise Fellowship, which is worshipping the god Titan Doran, which I can't remember which one that is. Which is the Diamond, the god of mountains. Well, there's none of those here. All right. I'm gonna queue up a silk rope, even though I don't have access to silk cloth just yet, or a clother's shop, but I need like 5 of those. And Gaia wants a dwarf from YouTube chat. Gaia, you are now a baby. I will give myself a statue. Gaia Pagebud doesn't stick with things even if minor difficulties arise, is very quick to anger, and tends to make a small mess with her own possessions. She has an active sense of humor, she has an active imagination, and is somewhat quarrelsome. Is bothered by this since she values friendship and can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings, and often feels envious of others and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of mastering a skill and personally values hard work and finds artwork boring. Does not care about family one way or another. And your mother and dad are Tellan Artho and Bastet. And I'm going to go here and make a rock statue. 1. It's going to be made out of olivine. And it's going to be not an image, new image. Object, roast. Nope. Tree, plant shape. Broad cross, nope. I guess I can't make a picture of a cake. Circle that is burning. Actually, could I do a circle and stick? No. Pillar? No. Spike? No. Object, maybe? Menacing. Okay, actually, hold up. I have an idea. Just let me cook here for a second. A object. Okay, a menacing spike, and it's going to be 32 of them. The menacing spikes are burning. Oh, that's 40. I was looking away while clicking. 32 menacing spikes. Burning. Menacing spikes are burning. Dwarves. Okay, hold up. Real quick maths here. 227 plus 72. We'll just say 300-ish. I'm gonna have to click this 300 fucking times. Apparently you can't type. Oh, I see why I can't type. It's because that's still up there. 300 dwarves. The dwarves are admiring the circle. The dwarves are... No, I'm not gonna make you guys sing happy birthday. Raising. The circle is raising the 32 spikes. Let's do a gremlin. The gremlin is raising the circle. And I'm gonna name this the celebration of cakes. Actually, could I say birth? Okay, hold up. The birth. Dang it. The born day of the celebrated day of cakes. And one dwarf. Oh, actually, hold up. One male dwarf. Is hiding from the 300 dwarves. That'd be me. And so this is an image of a circle, 32 menacing spikes, 300 dwarves, a gremlin, and a dwarf. 32 menacing spikes are burning. The 300 dwarves are admiring the circle. The circle is raising the 32 menacing spikes. The gremlin is raising the circle. The dwarf is hanging from the 300 dwarf. Okay, well, I guess they're carrying him then, because that's not what... That's hanging, not hiding. Why do I keep always hiding? Hiding instead of hanging instead of hiding. Let's get rid of that one. I don't know. Striking a menacing pose, maybe. Maybe triumphant. The 300 dwarves are screaming. They're not very good at singing. Dabbling, in fact. All right, there you go. I am currently dual streaming to YouTube. Dig Dugo? What? Like, YouTube folks, please report. Is stream up? Because I'm being asked why I stopped. Twitch chat is basically screaming, only if you're in all caps. I mean, I'd prefer you watch on Twitch, but it's up to you, really. It's a free world, mostly. You've been having connectivity issues all day? I don't think it's me. It did drop for a bit, really? I don't see that in my analytics at all. Bizarre. Yeah, there you go, Carb. Now you get it. All right, so somebody will make that. I think that's everything. There we go. You got an error? You don't think it was my fault? It certainly doesn't look like it was. Although I'm like very concerned and like will assume that it's my fault as of right now because, you know, recent OS switch and new learning curve for new Linux distro, etc. So if stuff does break, I'm just under the assumption that it's my fault at the moment. Just Debian, but I've been on Mint up until now, primarily as my daily, so it's not a huge learning curve, but like I've had to. It's a bit more manual. Not much though. Which is also why none of my alerts are working. I'll get those working over the weekend, probably. Why the switch? Because I didn't want to be on Mint anymore. Because I didn't want to be on Ubuntu anymore. And I wanted a little bit more flexibility, which Debian allows for, and Mint doesn't not, but like, as an example, Mint starts with a lot of stuff pre-built, which is very useful if you've never done a Linux before, which effectively I hadn't. But now that I kind of know what I want and what I'm doing, to a degree, more or less, within reason, because of that, I now have, it's much nicer to have more flexibility out of the gate and just build what you want it to be instead of like having everything pre-built and then working backwards, I guess. I will also state that I tried both Arch Proper and Cache on my laptop and didn't really like it. You're on Debian for 5 years. You moved to Linux when Steam released their client for Linux and beta. Yeah, that's fair. I want something that I can set up that I know will work, for a long time. So that's why I'm on Debian. Okay, we'll get those built. Your weaving thread. I'm just gonna real quick kerplunk down a clothes shop. So because that is water, what if I do that? Let's let them dig that out. I'm actually just going to get rid of a bunch of this. Whoa! I found native gold. Also, we are in midsummer. I guess we're not going to get any more thaw. Because right now is the hottest season. My TV PC was on Gen 2 for a minute. Mostly because I was curious if I could set it up with all the Steam stuff, and I did, and then I put Bazite on my TV PC. Because I have 3 computers? Yeah, I've got my laptop, I've got my TV computer, and then I've got my desktop. That's my daily driver. But I kind of... At least, I don't know, I last set up Bazite a while ago, but I kind of don't like how AMD default Bazite is. Kind of makes me cranky for some reason. Not that I don't like AMD, AMD's fine, but I don't own any AMD cards. So I use it specifically because everything's just pre-set up to work for what I need it to do. Basically, lazy is why I have Bazite. Okay, well. And well. Oh no, I don't disagree, but that is the hardware I have, Eldrith. So like, if I could snap my fingers and convert all of my graphics hardware into, I think it is Bazite, but I pronounce it Bazite because I don't care. If I could snap my fingers and just convert all of my hardware into current gen NVIDIA stuff, I probably would, but I bought this hardware. I'm not going to say before Microsoft went to absolute shit, because they'd already gone to absolute shit, but it was a very different kind of absolute shit. You feel me? You know? You know? It was a different time, so... You gotta reboot. Do it. Let's just wait until I have a little bit of thread. And I'm also going to just dig 1 into this. Maybe 2. Be really fucking funny if this was an underground lake, hey? Nope, it's just an aquifer. That's what I thought. It's one of the few constants in this universe is that Microsoft disappoints. That's gonna be my farm. But I'll have to get some seeds from down below. Oh. Got more beds I gotta assign. I was wondering why there was still so many dwarves sleeping outside. That should be plenty. Let's just go here and just type in the word bed. Cheers. Wentilier. Appreciate that. So I think... Here's a few factoids, chat. we have sand. We have lava. Bag. What if, hypothetically, I were to make let's just say, hypothetically, a whole lot of glass pumps. And what if I were to take those glass pumps and pour it under the ocean? Right where my fort is. That's all I'm asking. Very hypothetical question. Would you approve? I think it's a very good opportunity to bring in a whole bunch of glass. Happy level up day. Is it really a level up? Because at some point, like, I feel like I'm beyond leveling and I'm into, like, prestiging now, so I actually gain debuffs instead of, like, stat boosts. Like, I feel like you get stat boosts until, like, 28, and then after that, it's just debuffs. Very Dwarfy, very good. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. Yeah, I'll wait for that to spread out a little more. Also, just because YouTube chat has a few babbles about Bazite, the way I kind of see Bazite, and this might actually make hardcore Bazite fanatics like squint at me funny, which is Bazite is Linux meant for gamers. Discuss. Boiling the ocean? Oh, you know. Something like that. Because that is like kind of what Bazite seems like to me, is it's like, this is the Babby's first Linux distro. And then like once you know your way around Bazite, you move to Kashi or something else. If you actually use it as a PC instead of just like a console, basically. I mean, it doesn't really matter what it's based on, tablet, because tablet points out that it's based on Fedora, correct, but like, it's designed to be out-of-the-box functional for people that have no idea what they're doing. Actually, since this is the first aquifer layer, I should be able to dig another one in and just smooth the wall and it'll be fine. Is somebody stuck somewhere? What? That's odd. Ponty, thank you very much for the $1 penny. I mean, I do think that it's kind of interesting, though, because having messed with Bazite on a few things, mostly my laptop, it seems to run worse than everything else I've tried. Which is my issue with it being so AMD tied. Like, if you have any non-AMD hardware in a computer, it just, like, collapses. At least when I was messing with it. I don't know. I like distros that, like, my favorite kind of Linux distros are ones that run on old hardware and just whatever the fuck you happen to have. Because that, to me, is the stuff that's the most valuable. Is the old hardware. Because it's the how do I put this? The fact that Linux allows you to repurpose old hardware and bring life to old hardware is what makes it valuable to me. I mean, not that I really know my way around Arch, I don't, but Cache is also based on Arch, and Cache is not hardware agnostic, or is less hardware, it is hardware agnostic, whereas SteamOS is even more bound to specific CPUs. You have discovered an unusual volcanic wall studded with gems. I am becoming less of a fan of that notification. Why did I just discover an unusual wall studded with gems? It must have been down here somewhere, hey? Is there one sticking out somewhere? Oh, there it is, I think. Yep. There's an unusual wall studded with gems, like right there. Well, that's quite exciting. Where does this hit? So I should go like right here. Let's see, where does this... Actually, you know what? Since it's not gonna thaw, why don't I just do it that way? Bearded dwarf, Darius. Vich fun. I mean, that is correct, Edrith. The thing is, like... Okay, I'm not a Linux person, so... Or rather, I'm not a Linux verbiage expert, so I'm going to be wrong in something that I say in the next 5 sentences. Feel free to correct me. It's fine. There's lots of different base-level builds or distributions of Linux. And on top of that are pre-packaged, kind of optimized as like distributions of Linux built on top of those builds. So Cache runs on Arch. What I'm using is Debian, and what I used previously was Mint, which was on Ubuntu, which is on Debian. If that makes sense. So I'm using Debian because it's what I know. I know all the commands. I know, like, my way around it. You're in love with Scout Pie. Darius. He's very impolite and inconsiderate of property and is stubborn, rarely changing his mind during a debate regardless of its merits. He lives a fast-paced life and tends to avoid crowds. He is grateful when others help him out, and he tries to return favors. He often overindulges and works to square this natural tendency with his respect of martial prowess. He tends to not reveal personal information, has an active imagination, and tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects. He does not go out of his way to help others and is troubled by this because he truly respects sacrifice. He is often nervous, and he is quick to form negative views about things. He generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself. He shakes his finger up and down when he's excited, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors, but only grumbles mildly at bad weather. 'Tis your lover, yes. I think that's purely because Bazite is just so hardware dependent. So if you just happen to have like the unicorn of the right hardware for Bazite, it's great. But I mean, this may also have changed. It's been a little bit since I last installed Bazite. By a little bit, I mean like... I mean, Debian's older than me, Ronan in YouTube chat. Last time installed Bazite was probably close to a year ago. But yeah. Asus laptop? Well, that Asus laptop must have a good set of legs if it runs great. Anyway. I don't know why I said that. He personally views the pursuit of knowledge as deeply important and values eloquence and finds the pursuit of skill mastery off-putting. Values sacrifice and sees merrymaking as a waste and dreams of creating a great work of art. He likes pig iron, star ruby, chestnut wood, and linen fabric, picks, toy boats, and skunk men for their distinctive striping. And the words of the Page of Crystal. And the site of the mechanical amethyst, and when possible prefers to consume clown loach and strawberry wine. He absolutely hates spraying maggots. You know, to those of you paying to not see ads here on Twitch, you just get dad jokes, so it's what it is. Still boots? Must be a lot of buckles on those boots. Like a Final Fantasy character. I can say it in like 3 sentences as to why I'm avoiding Ubuntu. I moved to Linux to get away from for-profit OSs. That's why. But also I wanted the more default state of Debian. Rather dad jokes than ad jokes? Ha! Something something Dollar Shave Club. Cheers, identity. Cheers, C. Templeton. Appreciate you. Making a whole bunch of bags. Dwarves are very strapped for work at the minute. Although, admittedly, most of them are just spending a shit ton of time, like, over there. Is anybody actually digging those stairs? Yes, you are. Let's follow you. You're on layer -10. Well, this is going to take a long time. And if this dwarf drowns, then something thawed. Well, the worst case scenario is that we run into like a giant cave spider or something, but here's hoping we don't. Just get the last of these assigned. Gaia, you can have that. Final bedroom. Everybody's got bedrooms. Got dwarves and mining demonstrations, which I'm actually going to move down here, and I'm going to go up to here and name it, "What are you doing?" I'm a little bit disappointed it didn't fully thaw, but it just proposes new challenges. Make a, maybe not dining hall, just a meeting area. The Sienna Night. Yeah, but Raid Shadow Legends is, well, actually, I was going to say Raid Shadow Legends is funnier, but genuinely, unironically, one of the funniest streams I ever watched in my whole goddamn life was a Raid Shadow Legends stream, because the guy who did that stream is extremely sarcastic and ironic about everything, and he had me in tears during that thing. It was so fucking funny. Oddly enough, he never did another one. At least to my knowledge. He only ever did the one. And it was truly one of the funniest streams I've ever seen. Also, does Dollar Shave Club still exist? Or are they just so entrenched now that they don't need to advertise? Because I actually don't think I've seen a Dollar Shave Club ad in ages. I see Harry's ads all the time now. You're gonna go sleep now? Cheers. Have a good night. I found another magma pool? What? Also, why you no give me? Okay, I guess I'll go down. I don't see no magma pool. Well, that's weird. How did I discover another lava pool, but it didn't give me a notification as to where the lava pool is? Schrodinger's lava pool. I found the same magma pool. That's possible, I guess? Weird. Now you're gonna get tens of thousands of ads from them? That's what, like, private browsing tabs are for. Like, seriously? Like, that's what those are for. Just gonna double check that Leviathan got the... Leviathan still hasn't managed to redeem the thing. Notification's not working right. I don't have any notifications right now. What did you do that needed to be notified? Yeah, that's what they're for. And, you know, also watching your favorite films. Definitely. Oh, I don't know. It's possible that they're not working right, but I'm also, like, embarked somewhere I'm not supposed to be. Actually, let's just pause a couple of those collect webs jobs. Slow it down a little bit. That, or just, like, remove you from there, unpause these, and just get Scout Pie just doing the digging. Way too much time disabling tracking in cookies? You mean just install a web browser that doesn't do that by default? That only takes a couple seconds to install LibreWolf or WaterFox. Although I did get a notification on LibreWolf the other day, which informed me that Twitch no longer supports LibreWolf. I was like, God damn it, man. The fuck? You support Firefox, but like... Grumble. So then I had to go in and like enable cookie logging, and now it works. I'll be honest, I feel kind of dumb, but it is what it is. You guys want to see a life hack? If you go underground and dig up, they dig through without you having to enable the, like, dig through, you know, water areas, and it won't flood if they do it that way. But yeah, I assume it's probably because I'm embarked somewhere where I'm not supposed to be, but maybe there's another lava spout somewhere. And it just didn't properly locate it. Like, maybe this is a lava spout. I don't know. Although that wouldn't make much sense. At this point, I just accept them and skip as fast as you can. At least it incentivizes you to stay off your computer. Wait, like not accepting cookies? I heard this question asked once, which is, have you ever enabled notifications from a website? Because I've seen that pop up many times over the years. So it's just like, so-and-so would like to send you notifications. Have you ever enabled those? Google Voice, okay, yeah, that's fair. Because I don't think I ever have. Also, the Outpost Liaison, Meng Konga Man has arrived, as well as the grim reminder of the winter hardships to come. I've been here. The supply caravan from the North Guilds is a welcome sight. Their eyes are alight with anticipation of inspecting the splendid products of your industrious craft stores. We have bags and bags and bags. Take careful stock of your own stores. What these merchants offer might very well be the difference between a prosperous future and also, or alternatively, a slow and meaningless death. Exactly what I agree. That might melt, so. Probably is an app on your phone. Yeah, that's fair. Slack web app, fair. For email. I use a local client for email now. I never actually did that for email because I used Gmail for a very long time, but I've moved to Fastmail and they have a web app, but I have it downloaded and like almost never sign into the web app. Deconstruct you and deconstruct you. Just go 3. 4 is too much. Proton is a really funny service. In theory, I really like Proton. The reality is, maybe I'm like a fake fan of computer security, but there's like a level of like internet security where it becomes like just a massive inconvenience, which is probably what Lore Nerd's talking about. And I really felt that way with Proton. I was like messing around with it and seeing like what I could do with it, and it's just like its restrictions of like how it lets you use it kind of actually irritates me. Like I really kind of felt limited with its flexibility. I wasn't a huge fan. Telenartho is going to be my broker. Like just as an example, like I do want to I'm actually just going to cancel these tasks. Get somebody doing this. There we go. I do generally want to be able to, have a local client for my mail, and I couldn't figure out how to do that with Proton if they even let you do that. Does it come with a pay raise? No, but you get to count the money now. Don't steal it. I'm your liaison from the Homes. Let's discuss your situation. There's much to share. Information has been added to the Civilization World Info. Bring me wood. Maybe not wood. Bring me cow cheese. Like cheese. Normal ass cheese. That's what I'm gonna ask for. They want musical instruments and ash. Okay, so burn this fucking shit down. Got it. What do I have that I can extract from? Nothing. Why is that highlighted? Maybe a bag in your room? What are you going to use that bag for? Proton mail. I am not talking... I'm talking about email solutions. You also can't afford a fast mail subscription. Maybe this is just me, but like I used fast mail for like a month on their month-to-month subscription and then just bulk paid for 5 years. So I was like, I actually really like this. Did the ice end up melting at all? No. So we are dealing with permafrost, but we do have active access to... Uh-oh. What's in that cage? I caught a creepy eye. There's a creepy eye! I don't think there's anything I can do with those, hey? Yeah, I can't train them. But because we do actually have access to some vision of the ocean, we could probably do some real fun shenanigans underwater. Isn't Electron already a thing? I'm pretty sure Electron is already a thing. I know that Electron apps are a thing. So maybe it was taken. That's why they didn't name it Electron. All right, let's go up to here and just go bag. I got 34 bags done. Boop! Maybe let's just only bring, like, some of them. 18 bags, sure. That'll do it. Yeah, I guess I could throw the creeping eye into the ocean. Let's just, check that cage. Up there. Partaken to some degree. Like, there's a brewery where I live named Howl Brewing, and about a year after he opened his brewery, a brewery opened in the UK called Howl Brewing, like howling at the moon kind of thing. And he's like, it's totally fine, but sometimes confuses people with Google Maps if they're a tourist. So it's like if they're here on a cruise or something, it confuses people. Migrants have arrived, eh? That's a horse. That's a llama. So... Sorry, I'm just fiddling with my green screen because it's sparkling. You know, I think this is the smallest migrant wave I've ever gotten. Oh. Well, that explains it. I think that we're starting to see... Hey, look, it's Frosty Noodle. Your lover is carbohydrates. We've got Daggett. We've got Viking ball. We got bright post. Bully, obviously. Weird. Well, that's good. Although you're not actually here, it's just your lover. So I'm gonna say that your lover abandoned you. What's up, Darvo? Appreciate it. They're all just riding on one horse. I mean, dwarves are not that heavy and horse is big. I'm just waiting on telling Arthur to wake the fuck up and get over here to help. Your lover did. It seems like. I mean, you might show up later. I don't know. Thank you, Z Bismuth. Member of the Bismuth tribe. I should really... figure out the best way to get another big ol' crafting space in here. This can all be bedrooms. This will all be crafting space over on this side. So you are going to be our cloth factory. Our bag factory. And our silk factory. They're going to go work on that while you are carving an up-down staircase. Any bald male dwarf Vlad? Twitchy. The question is, do I have any bald male dwarfs? He's like got a receding hairline. Has a name, has a name, has a name. I dag it, has a name. I don't have a bald male dwarf. I've got a receding hairline male dwarf. It's like in mid-retreated. It hasn't fully exited the building. I mean, although he only really looks like it's receding in his sprite. The rest of them are all pretty fully headed. Yeah, I don't... I think Anuel's like the best you're gonna get, but like... unless you're willing to wait. Dwarves don't tend to lose their hair, you see? Like, it says their hair is clean shaven, so if they're bald, it's a choice. So it's... yeah, dwarves don't really lose their hair. This one's good? Okay. Vlad. What a lad. Learned Gates is not the type to fall in love or develop positive feelings. He has a strong sense of duty, desires little for himself in the way of possessions, tends to hang on to grievances, and is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. He generally acts with narrow focus on the current activity and needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors but grumbles mildly at shite weather. Dreams of raising a family and personally finds artwork lame and doesn't feel strongly about the law and doesn't particularly care about craft dwarf sheep. And he likes squirrel as well as giant penguin leather anvils, blue peafowls for their enormous fantails, polar bear men for their strength, and tomato plants for their fruit. The words of the fatal death and the sound of the russet tresses of impossible, of course, prefers to consume rambutan wine and absolutely hates snails. His very long beard is braided, and his sideburns are neatly combed. His mustache is neatly combed, and his short hair is neatly combed. He is average in size, and his nose bridge is convex. His slightly close-set amethyst eyes are narrow. He has a narrow chin, and his ears are short. His lips are slightly thick, and his hair is golden yellow, and his skin is copper. Must be nice. I mean, grass is greener. You'd also have to be a dwarf. Be very hard to drive without getting a DUI as a dwarf. So yeah, digging up. Thanks for settling, by the way. Trading. Could buy the piggy. But then I'd have to have a lead cage. What if I buy another pickaxe? Some anvils. And some, maybe not both the anvils, just the cheap anvil. Some fish. Foodstuffs is important at the minute. Man, they got a lot of books. A humble offering to the diseases of animals? What do you have against animals? That's kind of fucked up, man. Like... What in the world do they have against animals? I will also buy some cheese. Since we're kind of shit at this trading thing. We'll trade. Trading within the ocean, on the ocean. Did they swim to arrive here? It's all frozen. So, obviously not. Did they sacrifice them? Sacrifice who? Oh, the diseases to the animals? I don't know. I don't know what they did. Or why they're giving a humble offering to the diseases of animals. Maybe they just really don't like koalas screaming, so they are on the side of chlamydia. They're rooting for the for the deadly diseases. Clapping for the clap? Sure. You know, Gaia in YouTube chat says DUI equals dwarfin under the influence. That's just like a constant state of being for dwarves generally, but like at break. I would also note and like to note that dwarfin under the influence is a very good way to find too much fun in your fort too quickly. Because been there, done that, don't have the t-shirt, but been there, done that. Basically what I'm saying is if you're going to dwarf under the influence, back up your saves first. So just want to state this bluntly. Today has been better like revenue-wise, than the last 2 weeks. And it's more than 2 times as good as my best day last month. So thank you. You guys are very kind. Granted, it's a little bit of an unfair contest because in the last 2 weeks I did take 10 days off. So kind of was gone for a bit. Oops, let's actually just jump up to here. Stop that, because I don't need to trade no more. Yeah, it's like humans need water, right? That's the reason they use alcohol for or water for bathing. It's like riding a minecart sober is like getting in an getting in an ambulance. Also, the moods are a TikTok meme. Speaking of dwarfing under the influence, I'm just dwarfing under the influence of Armlock today. How you doing though, Mark? How's things? We'll have to toot the horn and dwarf. Forgetting things makes it fun. That is true. Fun is more accessible when you have no idea what the hell you're doing. And where did I leave that alcohol? Things are well, just like this and this. Those wells are both things. So now I need to figure out where I'm gonna put this statue. It needs a place of honor in the fort somewhere, clearly. Look at this as we continue to dig up. Keep digging, Scout. Keep digging. Maybe the disease god needs animals sacrificed to kill more animals with diseases. So, this is not related to anything to do with what we're talking about. But because the ocean freezes when it touches the surface, I am envisioning something right now. What if I cave in like half of the ocean? Would we end up with a giant frozen looking wave thing? And then moreover, what would happen if I pour lava on it? You'd call that a 2 FPS fort? But like, I'm not draining it. Because it's what? Like, it's only about 20 layers that have ocean in it. It's not actually that deep. Most of it would just instantly refreeze. So, like, you know, honestly, 8 seconds per frame would be significantly higher frame rate than the last ocean fort I built. So, like, just for whatever that's worth. Like, significantly better frame rate. Hey, look, we're all getting relieved being near a waterfall. Run afoul of John Carpenter's The Thing. This isn't evil. This is just Untamed Wilds. We did reset since that last fort because I lost a bunch of progress due to my own stupidity, most likely. And so rather than, you know, keeping it going, I decided to just sort it out and fix potential slows. How many more dwarves do I have? Good handful. Well, they'll finish all this, most likely. Two minutes per frame. It was about that, yeah. I think, like, when the frame rate got good, it was about 30 seconds per frame. But no, I mean, this would just be a cave-in, a refreeze, and probably some lag for a bit, but as long as I'm not draining it anywhere, it should sort. Oh, there's a conflict. Crundles? Oh no. Crundles, more like no fundles. No one's injured, right? The Crundle bites the furnace operator in the hand, bruising the muscle. Oh no, they're gumming me. That is a great emote, Talon. Oh, that's a special emote? Gotcha, that's great. They're gumming us, chat. But thankfully, they're wrestling with them. Bites him in the left hand, bruising the muscle. Scratches them, bruising the muscle. Got light bruising. I also managed to catch an additional... What? And Asmil appears to have lost her clothing, which is horrifying. So I'm going to check what your clothes are. Trousers, shirts. Silk trousers. Silk shirt. Oh no. There's so many dwarves getting spooked away by these gosh darn Crundles. And there goes one. Great. You know, the beauty of this is if we actually... Oh, wow, we actually killed one. The beauty of this is if this actually made it to the surface, which it hasn't yet, then the Crundles could just leave. Like, they don't even have to, like, go through me. Because that's all they're trying to do is get out of the caverns. Great. Walk in, cattle. I might actually lock this for a minute. How often you need a Crundle emote? I mean, they are a very vile force of darkness. They're just not very good at it. I mean, see, this dwarf's running away in fear. Such a vile force. So mean. The real question is, do I have any actual weapons? I don't think I do. What if I just put a bunch of dwarves into a squad and just tell them to go stand right about there? Looking for combat logs. Recruit is fighting with the Crundle. Wrestler's fighting with the Crundle. Oh no, the Crundle is winning. Thankfully, I think that we are approaching a new victory, most likely. Okay, it seems that we have cleared out the last of the Crundles. Wrestler grabs the Crundle in the throat. Okay, so there's now 2 dead Crundles. Excellent. I'm gonna flap up to here. Go down to here. Oops, that's not really where I want it to be. This is where I kind of want it to be. I'm gonna make this into a trash bin. Pit pond. Right there. Huck the 2 creeping eyes into that. Once those Crundles appear, we're gonna butcher those Crundles. And I'm going to get rid of this squad. I'm going to fly down to here. And go, oh no, there's blood on the ground anyways. I'm sure that's bad. Must be bad. This is going to become a hospital. It's literally an ocean. Entirely an ocean. So I'm going to see what shenanigans I can do. You're picking up equipment? Did somebody die? I don't think so. Nope, just Crundles. Well, that's good. We just need to make some shirts and whatnot. Let's also do sock and shoes. I'm also going to unpause those. We're going to make a few additional bedrooms. Although I need to make more rock blocks. Which means maybe I should just take this as a moment to, like, organize shit. Yeah, that's probably what I'm going to do. Whose blood is it? Oh, they're just cleaning the Crundle blood off. I don't actually think anybody's injured. Or anybody got injured. Okay, so the caverns are open here. There we go. And let's make some wooden cages. So now the animals do actually have access to the surface. And we are drowning some creepy eyes. Sorry, I didn't look at chat for a very long time. Formed Pineapple, I'll have you know that this this dwarven group is called the Pineapple of Sponges. Just thought you'd like to know that. So this is, you are part of us. You are one of us. Hey, Sea Gerps, cheers as well. Investments are open if anybody cares. On a whim, you checked, someone did make a DF mod that essentially puts the thing into the game. Yeah, I was going to mention that, but then things got distracting. Yes. Wait. Do creeping eyes swim? Well, that's funny. They just live in ocean prison now. Not really how I intended that to happen, but this is their hell. It's a very cold hell. There's a little kid playing make-believe next to it. You go get him, Gaia. And they dodged. Giant staring red eye. Oh, that, yeah. Would be a good profile picture. You'll get a layer of obsidian if you pour lava on the surface. Oh yeah, no, that's what'll happen if I pour lava on the surface. But I want to pour lava into the ocean is what I want to do. Are we still getting interrupted by crundles? Oh, there's just crundles all over the surface now. And the fort is being assaulted by crundles, chat. The Crundle Wars hath begun. I'm not sure if we will ever survive. But the good news is I can throw all of the bodies into the ocean. That is the good news. Is that good news? I actually don't know. They killed a KV, so maybe we're on the same side, actually. I do need to go here and go labor, standing orders, refuse. Yep, gather outdoor refuse. We'll blow up the ocean. Mm-hmm. Those funny little animals are going to have one hell of a day. It's kind of a long-ass walk, eh? What is on the surface, actually? So there's the 2 aquatic creeping eyes, 3 crundles left, an elk bird, and that's pretty much it. You better crundle up, this is true. Senville. Yeah, no, this is their hell. They have to stare at these forever. The creeping eyes just get to witness the bodies forever. Sorry for the bad luck, chat. On the investments, I mean. Also, YouTube folks. No pressure, but I think we can get over 100 likes, eh? It's so great when everybody just gets along, says Mistim. And then proceeds to stop doing what you were doing and just hack the ever-living fuck out of that crundle. Lodges the pick in the neck. Strikes the crundle in the upper body with her iron pick, tearing apart the muscle and tearing apart the right lung. And then goes after the second one and kills the 2 crundles there. Damn, dude. That is actually really intense. That is very intense. A royal crumble. Dude, I could go for some apple crumble right about now. Okay. So that's the last tile that needs to be smoothed, and then all the way down at the bottom here. Is where I'm gonna do this. Actually, hold up. Nope, not all the way that way. I'm gonna go up top. Okay, so that's clear. Uppity, 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 uppity. Except we're gonna go to right about there. And right here, I'm actually just gonna dig a second set of stairs right here. Because the second set of stairs won't dribble and will still be useful. I actually want to test something. I'm gonna go here and set this to dig through damp stone. So they'll automatically dig through damp stone. And then I'm going to probably just mass channel the areas that have the aquifer in it after smoothing them. You'll be continuing once your adventurers retire to the fort, and you'll even make obsidian swords. I wish obsidian swords were more useful. I just find them to be so friggin' underwhelming. Do you think they'll need a swimming monocle? Something has emptied a cage. A gremlin, drive it away. It has released its brethren. That's incredible. It's gonna get caught in another cage. Nope, but it is seriously injured and bug-eyed. It's a 218-year-old gremlin. And apparently I've discovered an expansive cavern deep underground. As if things weren't exciting enough already. Which was this one, I guess? Which I've very much already discovered. Oh, I see why. I know why I'm getting these notices twice. Oh, wait, no. Never mind. Holy shit, there is actually a third. Okay, so to those of you who guessed that this was the first cavern layer, you were right. That is the first cavern layer, because this is the second. Well, that's kind of wild. Is that mud useful for anything? You can farm on it. It just means they're really dry cavern layers, but this is like somewhere in the middle. It used to mean that you had a specific type of demon in your world, but that is no longer a thing. There you go, you get done. Now this last one. There we go. It's going to be a lot of spots to dig. Let's unforbid the collect webs. And I'm going to go down to here and hack down these. Go to here. I do actually have kind of a decent amount of wood storage here. Throw it in the magma where it belongs? Oh, possibly. Yeah, but like, what if I build a sky fort over a lava ocean on an ocean? Maybe that's a bit too ambitious, I don't know. It's funny because the sky fort was actually truly the downfall of that fortress. because I didn't want to rebuild it, which is why I started this fortress. I do actually find that kind of funny. So this is actually really dangerous because this is going to expose the lava beneath it. Huh. It did fire lava mist up, but it all went back down through the center. This one will be safer. All right. We're now digging all the way up here. Slide's still alive. Everyone's still alive. Nobody's died. We did briefly, and I do mean briefly, witness a situation of a gremlin and some crundles, but nothing crazy. Nobody's been injured even, I don't think. If I set a hospital as a dormitory, I wonder, will they just use it as a sleeping spot? Biceps wants you to post some beers, chat. Appreciate you. I'm going to... Thinking now might not be a bad time to move my farming over there. Yeah, or not move my farming, move my industry over there. You're gonna sleep? We'll see you later, dude. Thanks for hanging out. I mean, moods have certainly been better. Oh, that's a bar block stockpile. Wrong stockpile, even. That I expanded. Because I think for the minute, we should probably improve the well-being of this fortress. So what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to go for stone blocks over here. I'm just going to use nether cap because I've just got this weird attachment to nether cap. Get rid of that. Get rid of all the clothing stockpiles. As well as the soap bag task. Just start making rock blocks. And let's see what I can do for drinks, which is up here. We're also about to get hit by an ad. So I will let that ad play. And then pause the game until the ads are done. Also, Dongus Giga says they're sending me a hypothetical legendary dwarf cheese. I greatly appreciate it. I'll put it with my cheese collection, which I've very much depleted. By the way, if anybody cares to name something, redeem is available. Just an FYI. All right, pause. We are now in the ads. You're going to sleep, Twitchy? Cheers. You have a good snooze. Sleep wells. Up to 92 likes on the YouTube stream. I'm sure we can increase that number. Since we're in an ad break, I will remind everybody, we do have some new merch over on the merch store. It's right here. We've got the return of the imagined brands, which are a new Crypt Brewing merch for a brewery that doesn't exist, a t-shirt, as well as a coffee thing. There's a sticker, a mug, and a windbreaker. Any dwarf call you Ank? Okay, can do. That's Daggett, that's Bully, that's... I need an Ank. How about I just do happiest, unnamed? It's like, how am I gonna sort this? You're gonna get a bone carver. Ank, shot price, finds a chaotic mess preferable to the boredom of harmonious living. She tends to be swayed by the emotions of others. She is slow to trust others and can sometimes act without deliberation. She doesn't try to get things done perfectly, and she tends to focus on material goods. She clicks her tongue occasionally when she's bored and she needs alcohol to get through the working day, and does not mind being outdoors, at least for a time. And is a hardened individual. She dreams of mastering a skill and personally finds friendship burdensome. She likes trifle pewter, purple spinel, as well as grackle leather and naff fabric, white-handed gibbon parchment, and decahedra, battle axes, high boots, and ballista arrows, llamas for their wool and the words of the fatal death, and the sight of the loot of poets. When possible, prefers to consume carambola wine and cramps and strawberries, and absolutely hates snails. Nethercap is so beautiful, so is Netherlands. And they want a miners guild. Surprise. I actually already have a miners guild, kinda. I'm trying to decide what game I want to check in on this evening. I'm honestly really tempted to check in on Jupiter Hell Classic, because it's been a little bit. Like maybe do another hour-ish of this and then play some Jupiter Hell Classic. Certainly a potential. Game wants a higher value miners guild because my miners guild is currently worth 65 dwarf bucks. Oh, hey, that's harsh. That's tough. That's tough. Chat, what have you been playing recently? I'm suddenly in the conspiracy mind that not really conspiracy mind. The theory crafting, theoretical theory, the thought, having the thought, suspicion, that's a word. I'm currently having the suspicion that we might see some Dwarf Fortress related things in as part of the PC gaming show, which is actually pretty soon. Cool. That's exciting. Songs of Six. Gotcha. Nine Kings. Oh yeah, I've seen some Nine Kings. Some Slay the Spire 2. I wonder what the most selling game this year is, because I would put $1 on Slay the Spire 2. StarCraft 2? Wow. Says that's from YouTube chat. Factorio and DF and Civ 7. Can I just state how funny it is that Civ 7 released when 6-7 became a meme? Like, I genuinely think that is one of the funniest fucking things in the world. Also making bunches of rock bloxes. You've been crocheting more than gaming this week? Nothing wrong with crocheting. Creative hobbies are healthy. Okay, so the water starts here. This is going to be a lot of falling water. So it's their fault? I know, I mean, well, it did release after. It's just shadow marketing for Total Warhammer. Gotcha. What am I making? I am building the prerequisites to make a pump stack. Is what I'm doing. But currently, I'm doing a whole smoothing and I'm removing an aquifer at the minute, is what I'm actually doing. Bilingual? Fingers don't speak, so would that count as being bilingual? I don't think so. Calling sus on that one. They're still mildly annoyed that they took your number? I still argue that they took 67, not 67, but I hear ya. For those of you who don't know, that's Stone's favorite number. Or Stone's lucky number. Darkest Dungeon, Bit of RimWorld, work on Stellaris updates. Gotcha, 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 gotcha. It's neat that people are still playing BeamNG. I also like that everybody either is like one big game or like 3 games. You can tell who the ADHD gamers are. It's like, we've got Necrontyr, which is Darkest Dungeon, RimWorld, and Stellaris. Songs of 6, 9 Kings. Okay, maybe it's just the one who said 3. No, BeamNG, Cult of the Lamb, Window Kill. What's Window Kill? Bro, sign language? I stand corrected. My apologies. Who am I lying to? I'm not standing, I'm sitting, so I sit corrected. I do have to admit that I have a very guilty pleasure. One of my favorite things in the world is to watch like live performances of WAP, but when the camera's just pointed at the person doing sign language at the concerts. When I'm like the right kind of bored, it's one of the greatest things on earth. Truly hysterical. It's like Geometry Wars, but the window is running itself and it shrinks unless you... But the window is running in itself and it shrinks unless you shoot it too. I feel like I'm imagining this wrong because I'm imagining a game that's running in windowed mode and the window resolution is shrinking. An esoteric EBB. I don't know what esoteric EBB, but whenever I see it, all I can think is, oh, thanks for the $33. Letterman. Appreciate you. Means a lot. It's very kind of you. Esoteric EBB just looks like a Caves of Cud fan game to me. Because it's like the Caves of Cud font in the Caves of Cud colors. Like, I look at that and it's like, it just looks like a Caves of Cud thing to me, even though I know it's not. Okay, so I'm now gonna go up to here. I'm gonna go priority 1. I'm just gonna channel out all this. And then a bunch of water will fall because these floors is leaking. Then I go all the way down to here. Get those two dealt with. The last few tiles are falling. And boom. Then I just need to fill all of this in with flooring, and we are good to go. No more aquifer. No, I know what sort of game it is. Like I've seen streams of it. It looks like Caves of Cud to me. Like to me, that font is Caves of Cud, to a degree. Oceanspray does not, unfortunately. Do you have waterfall thoughts? It's Disco Elysium, but Dungeons and Dragons. Not to be weird about it, but isn't that just Disco Elysium? Like, isn't Disco Elysium just like a conversation-based RPG, which is could be a tabletop game if you stretch and squint at it? I hear you though. I'm gonna move this. But it's a neat thing. It's one of those games that I don't know. I guess I didn't see coming, maybe? Big rocks. I don't know what that means. Take from that. And then let's go over here. We're just going to conglomerate our way through these two. Also make some more rock doors, I guess. And then you can have 5 wheelbarrows, and you can have none wheelbarrows. I mean, if I'm playing a tabletop game, you should be concerned for my mental health. Just in general. Actually, if I ever post that I'm playing D&D, you should probably DM me and be like, hey, Blind, blink twice if you need help. Okay, so we need a miners guild. There's a Crundle skeleton right there. Got 2 more Crundles that need to be ed. Or actually, rather, a Crundle and an Elkbird what need to be ed. And I need to actually build that miners guild. What if I do... the shittiest pickaxe pixel art you've ever seen? What if? Think of that. Did you consider that? I didn't. I did now, though. Kind of looks like a drill. I'd have to make this thinner. What I could do, actually, is I could fill this in with floor tiles so that it looks better and then dig it out. That's what I could do. I don't know. I don't actually necessarily agree with that, because every time I played D&D, yeah, this pickaxe is all butt plug. It's a very thick axe. No, I've talked about this many times before, so I don't really see the point in returning to it, but the short version is every time I've played D&D, it's been with a group of people I like. I think I'm the problem. I just feel like I'm wasting my time. I feel like I could get a better experience by playing a video game that I enjoy playing instead of playing D&D, so it is like the most patience draining experience for me, which is absolutely a me problem. Well, I mean, I'm using this as a template. It's going to be dug out into a more spherical room. Actually, it kind of looks like a StarCraft battlecruiser, but like sans the wings. That's what I'm going to end up doing, I think, is just this, but I'm going to do this as priority number 4. Bruh, what? Oh, conglomerate. That's what I should have used. I thought I clicked on conglomerate, but I actually clicked on shale. I love that this is always the D&D excuse, or the D&D discussion, which is everybody just like asterisk, 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 but nobody really ever accepts the, maybe it's just not for me. I find it kind of amusing, actually, or like interesting, maybe. It's like everybody's just like, here's the 45 caveats of how to enjoy D&D. It's like, what if I'm the problem? That's what I'm convinced of anyways, is that I'm the problem. That has been the conclusion I came to a long time ago anyway. Sure, but like, it's always the same asterisks. It's like, you have to find a good DM, you have to find a good this, you have to find a good that. It's like, I don't actually think that's true, but like, those things can certainly help, but I don't think it's anywhere near as much of a catch-all as some people refer to it as. Bright Post. You seem to be seeming like you need to be a bit more specialized there, Dwarf. How about I just give you planting? Maybe make you into the brewer or something. I'm playing them in roleplay? Yeah, I don't know. Jake Fox in YouTube chat says, maybe you should find better friends. You know, I could count my good friends on one hand cut in half. Not including people I know online. But like actual good friends that I know that I see more than once a year in person, I could count on one hand. So like, probably, yeah. It's more of it's like the last thing I want to do when I'm around people, because I don't get to hang out with people very often. So like, the last thing I want to do when I'm gonna hang out with a group of people is spend 4 hours playing a role-playing game. Like, it just... The biggest issue for me is it just feels like the world's biggest waste of time. It's like, there's significantly more enjoyable activities that I could be doing. Why don't I just go do that? And so, it always feels very difficult to justify. That's the actual problem I have with D&D. In an abandoned shrimp freezer. You're going to need to elaborate to me on what the fuck an abandoned shrimp freezer is. You talking like an abandoned industrial site? Did you have to like organize your time there with the music videos that were shot and the punk bands? It's like, how do you find a wild metal band is walking to the forest? How do you find a punk band go into an abandoned building? Or industrial? It's such a crazy sentence, though. Also, did you burn it down after a party wipe? You don't need to incriminate yourself. But I have suspicions. Your internet friends are your real friends, so you're closer to them than basically anyone you know in meat space? I look at that and squint, but okay. If you've met somebody at least once, then they're not internet friends. It's somebody that you met through the internet, but they're just a friend then. But that's me just being a semantics weirdo. To have a freezer on your property if you fish and trawl for seafood. That makes sense. We found an old one and tried to set up a microwave. So you did burn it down. Ha! That's, crazy. Okay. I mean, it makes sense. It's like people who hunt out here. I think it's my weird stipulations about that sort of thing later on are due to the fact that internet is my job, and oh boy. Please don't take this personally to people I know through the internet. Internet is my job, and when all of your friends pay you to be their friend, it's weird. So I'm extremely selective of who in my head I think of as a friend, because otherwise it can get crappy really quickly, if that makes any sense. So I'm extremely cautious around people. Because, like, it's not even the parasocial aspect. Well, it's the aspect of people know you way better than you know them, but people know a version of you that kind of isn't you, for all intent and purpose. Like, the version of me that you guys see is not 100% equal to me. It's a portion of me. Maybe even an inflated version of me in some ways, like activity and personality-wise. And then you combine that with the fact that most of my internet friends are actively paying me in some format, or have paid me in the past, which means it takes a very long time for me to trust people that I've met online. We don't see your legs. I miss the old Twitch fake meme conspiracy theory thing that when you become a Twitch partner, they cut off your legs. Anybody who's really old who was on Twitch like 10 years ago might remember that. You have yours? I mean, I'm not going to show feet because feet wiki is scary, but there's a knee. I'm in shorts. It's warm in here. I watched a streamer for a very long time who was in a wheelchair, and he never once mentioned that he was in a wheelchair on his stream. It just never came up. He never brought it up. He never mentioned it, and then would just show up at PAX in a wheelchair, road tripping by himself to PAX. He was like a fucking snowplow in a convention crowd. It was great. Just walked directly behind him, and the crowd would just part like fucking Moses. It was awesome. I haven't seen him in quite a while. He used to be in the Kerbal community really actively, but he more or less stopped streaming maybe like 5-6 years ago. I missed that dude. I did see him at PAX in 2023. What's his stream? He's still streaming? I don't think he's streamed in like 5+ years. Cursed Metal. But I did see him at PAX in 2023. I mean, I don't think he'd care if I said what his name is. His name used to be Matoro Ignika and then changed it to Matoro. But he was primarily like Kerbal and space adjacent games. I think he did a bit of Elite and some Star Citizen stuff. It's so interesting seeing how you lay out your fortress because yours are square commie blocks, but I furnish nicely with smooth blocks. Yeah, it's funny because I very rarely smooth blocks. I will smooth chunks sometimes as a way to like speed up value increases, but not very often. Speaking of, I'm probably going to smooth this in a minute. Let's just do... rock table. Rock throne. Rock goblet. Let's do, actually, wooden cup. Three dwarves have to share a door. Whenever I see that, my hair stands on end a little bit, but I do respect it. It's kind of the... I don't know how many of you remember this meme, but there was a meme of a fort that just looked like this. And I don't mean for bedrooms. I mean like the entirety of the fort. And they had over 1,500 dwarves. And like 80 frames a second. And the description of the fort was, you might not like it, but this is what peak frame rate performance looks like. And... I didn't like it. That's all I have to say. Because like line of sight checks are the highest frame rate dig, and because no dwarves can ever really see more than a dwarf like that, yeah, it was ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. So bedrooms were just like this, and like, or rather, and then the bedroom would be like here. Literally a fucking nightmare. Like, it was almost impossible to look at, but like entirely constructed walls. Terrifying. It was walls and doors, the whole thing. Walls and doors and floors all engraved. Everybody was green. There was like, what's it called? Like mist generators everywhere. It was nuts. It's actually painful. But like they had 1,500 dwarves. So, fort for termites. Yeah, it kind of triggered my like a tetraphobia response a little bit. That's the fear of small holes, right? I think it is. Tritophobia? No, I mean they had 80 FPS. Feeling great. 0 FPS is when you drain an ocean. We've been over this. I mean, I would not. Also, I'm reading the thing that you said about what you can do in meat space later on. I would not do that. Period. Period. I've encountered people like that. I think, like, if you show your face on the internet, you have to deal with the consequences, and I would never do that. The whole wear a mask thing. The closest thing I could consider to doing something like that would be, unless there's another pandemic, but the closest thing I would consider to doing something like that would be if I had $1 trillion and could just, like, commission a fucking Wookiee suit or something. Oh, I thought you were describing that, like, as a, how do I put it? There's this, there's this trend among VTubers. Maybe not trend among VTubers. There's this thing that VTubers do, which is the one, like, the people who are very, very protective of what they look like in real life, which is totally fair. But, like, to me, the way to be super protective of how you look at a convention or a work event is just, like, fucking dress as boring as possible and just never mention who you are is the easiest way to do it. Or even better, have an alt and then go with your alt badge. Or buy 2 tickets. But that's expensive. But it's like people will just wear, like, basically full body masks and dress up as their, like, avatar, which is kind of neat. But to me, it's, like, so overcommitting to the bit. Like, if I used an avatar, I would just wear street normal clothes and then buy my bots account or something. Or have a secret account. Walk into the partner lounge, pull out the real badge. That's what I would do. Yeah, I was thinking you were suggesting that, and I was like, well, no. Are we going to try to take the mask off? Yeah. Well, I mean, if you're at that echelon of popularity, you probably also have a private security detail following you. But yeah, no, I get you. It's also the reason I don't go to TwitchCon anymore. It doesn't feel like a community meetup anymore. It kind of just feels like participating in paparazzi. Which sucks. But it is what it is. Site's a lot bigger now than it was. Grow a beard and shave head or vice versa and nobody will recognize you. I beg to fucking differ, but okay. People will absolutely recognize me even if I shaved my head, wore sunglasses, and grew a beard. Also, I don't mind being recognized. It's kind of not the discussion we were having, so. I just misinterpreted something that Letter N said. I actually kind of like being recognized in person. Yeah, Epion popped into the chat this morning and mentioned it. I kind of want to, not Jupiter Hell, but I kind of want to check in on Jupiter Hell Classic. I kind of did enough in Jupiter Hell that I might be more or less done with Jupiter Hell proper at this point. But I do kind of want to check in on Jupiter Hell Classic. Look like a beggar, they will keep the distance. Fun fact, I got kicked out of a Starbucks once because they didn't want any vagrants or homeless in there. It was in Seattle. And I was like, I beg your friggin' pardon? They didn't even let me order anything. I just walked in. They told me to leave. I was like, okay. I admittedly was rather disheveled at the minute. But didn't have any problem at the next coffee place that I walked into, so. Meanwhile, in YouTube chat, I look and the first thing I see is I saw a car explode on the highway this morning. Was it a Tesla? What make? The heck? Makes sense. Not only that, but like Seattle 10 years ago. A Range Rover? Okay. That also makes some sense, but why? Just really didn't like hikers. Oh, I also, speak of hikers, I got called homeless by a grandma on Vancouver SkyTrain once. I was wearing a virtually brand new what's the name? Osprey, like 65-liter backpack. I was going on a 2-night trip with a friend. And virtually brand new. It was like my second trip with that pack. And I had a sleeping bag. I had pretty new hiking boots on. I still have those boots. They're great. I had like all of my gear fully kitted out. I had trekking poles and everything. And I was just standing there on SkyTrain by my backpack. And this little old lady got up and went to get off the train and goes, "They really should kick the homeless off this train," and glared right at me. And there was like 5 other people on the train. It was a very empty train. And she walked off the train, and I looked at this other lady who was sitting down in one of the seats. I was like, was she, do I look homeless? She goes, "Not at all." I'm like, weird. She didn't like backpackers. But ABC, cheers, mate. In YouTube chat. How long have I been playing? Today or in general? Today, 5 hours? In general, since 2009 was the first time I installed this game. So I don't know, like 45 minutes. Something like that. I don't know. I can't hate the problematic granny. I kind of respect the problematic granny. She's seen some shit. Let her exist. The Starbucks, on the other hand, that I hold a little bit of a grudge over. Problematic granny? Meh. Oh well. Mental breakdance. I lost a good few years worth of data when it comes to bot stat tracking when I migrated to a new Linux distribution this past week. So if you have less points than you remember, that's why. It might actually be my fault, not yours. You were always broke, don't worry. Yeah, but I mean, I could have not fucked it up, but I think these dwarves needed a break. It's a lot of construction I just made them do. You can have a bed. You can have a bed, along with Unk. Called the medical group yesterday. I was asking for an appointment for some blood work, and I ended up getting a 35-minute spiel from the RN. I don't know what RN is. What's an RN? Who follows a nasty manosphere doctor who thinks that plant diets are feminizing men. I mean, Hold on, let me unpack that for a second. Thanks for the $10, Cleno. That's very kind of you. Sure, I had more time to watch tonight. Is what it is. I'll be on tomorrow. Oh, registered nurse. Okay. I have a lot of questions. Veteran. White Pony One, thanks for the 10-pack. Holy shit. One day it was raining and I had a big raincoat on and a backpack, and a lady said, a lady in an elevator, that you were a delivery boy. Oops. And said I should wait out. I do love the, but I live here moment. White Pony One, thank you very much for the 10-pack. Appreciate you. Cheers, mate. He referred you to a specific YouTube video. This kind of reminds me of like one of my attempts at trying to find like a therapist that I didn't fucking hate. And one of the first attempts I had, the person was literally like, have you contemplated meditating? I'm like, I don't need a 45-minute instructional lesson about binaural beats. Thanks. I've done drugs before. Well aware. Audio gone? It shouldn't be. Have you tried unmuting your browser? Or, like, the tab? Apparently YouTube lost volume for somebody. I would check the volume wheel. Hey, YouTube folks, can you hear me? Just say loud and clear or something along those lines. If you can't, then... if I don't see a response, then I will be concerned. Your middle school had a uniform of navy blue polo shirts and khaki pants. The word khaki just looks wrong to me all the time. And would constantly get mistaken for an employee of everywhere because I was tall early. Yeah, that's fair. I sound fine. Yep, they hear me. Loud and clear. Well, that's good. So you're saying you can't help me find the Xboxes? An employee of everywhere is a really funny sentence to read. Okay, what's the value now? We're getting there. That's my mining guild. I love that there's just Crundle blood in the garden. There's something about that I find real funny. You know, that's kind of the feeling that I had later on. It's like I feel like, you know how there's certain careers where you need to take a fitness test every year to make sure that you can still do your job functionally? Or like vision tests or hearing tests, like that sort of thing. I feel like if you are a registered nurse, you should have to like prove that you're not an Andrew Tate fan once a year. You know? Crundle blood in the garden, or just like a King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard song. I had a situation last summer walking home after a 10-kilometer hike, tired and slow. You found a natural walking stick, and I used it. And right before you're home, a lady walked at you, wanting to give me all of her returnable bottles. I first did not get it, but I think she felt empathy towards homeless. Yeah. Well, hey, at least it's like a nice gesture, even if it's misplaced. Versus like, you know. But, you know, it is what it is. Hope it was a nice hike, though. One time at I'm looking at YouTube chat. One time at university class, some old guy came late into class, and the teacher tried to shoo him out because she thought he was some poor guy begging. It was sad, really. So, guy was there for the class that he'd signed up for, I presume? I feel like I should get this joke, but I don't. Leno. Is this a new fortress? Yes, I started this fortress today because I managed to get some data loss on the last one and didn't want to go through it again. Or go through rebuilding it again. God, I'm real pissed off dwarf. Cheers, Silver Champ. Well, it's been a good day of streaming. No complaints. I probably should go fold my bread dough. I've got bread dough proofing in my kitchen. His OS ate the last one. Don't blame Dabian, okay? Dabian did nothing wrong. I'm just an idiot. It's fine. Oh, I see. I was like, where did all my wheelbarrows go? They're all just up here. Because I'm also an idiot. That'll speed things up. What makes biggest FPS losses? I don't really know. Because I don't get seemingly any of the FPS losses that other people do. And it seems to change pretty consistently. So I'm not entirely sure, to be honest with you. But I think the easiest, like, default thing for me to state is probably line of sight. But you're better off asking Putnam. Well, it's not proofreading, it's just proofing. Well, I mean, I can tell you that draining an ocean makes bad FPS, but that's not also, like, in good faith, normal source of FPS drop. I mean, perhaps if, like, obviously, if you do extremely silly, over-the-top shit, that will cause your FPS to go down. But, like, I don't think that's in the spirit of the question. Bretto, the amazing punch bag paste. No migrants this season. That might be a weird seasonal thing, though. I'll have to sell a bunch of stuff. What did they want to purchase from us? Ash. And musical instruments. Well, I'm not going to sell them either of those. I'll sell them clothing. Okay, why are we not... Oh, I see, because that's all just... Hey, chat. Should I be worried? Why? Why is that Ash? I want to know. That's all. I would like to know. Need to know, even. Much want, many know. Let's go up to here and start filling this in. Like, slightly sus, if you ask me. Some fire came this way before, it's possible. Or some lava spillage? Somehow? Regardless, we're gonna find out. Maybe I should put a door down here. Let's find out as we go to the other side. We'll know soon enough. We will know soon enough. Are they... Also the water is draining? What in the world is happening? I don't see any fire. But why is the water here draining? Let's just go and explore. Let's find out. It's not an evil biome. It's Untamed Wilds. Well, there's more webs, so that's cool. Another unusual wall studded with gems. Right there. It's a very tall one. There's more of this weird ash over here. be season related? What season includes burning? Because burning is how you make ash. I'm seeing elk bird blood. Oh, that makes so much sense. Okay, so a curious magma crab chased an elk bird and did a bit of a burn. That's what happened. Okay. Well, that was super suspect for a hot second there, but thankfully, all is well. It was just a wee magma crib. All's good. No need to panic any more so than you already have. Should have suspected, honestly. You see what I did there? I get it. Keeping it warm. All right. I'm going to let you guys watch this dwarf dig. And I'm going to go punch my bread. And also eat a sandwich. Well, yeah, punch my bread and eat a sandwich. In no particular order. Keep a close eye on this dwarf. Make sure nothing bad happens. And I will be back in a minute. All right. Food has been acquired. Nobody's dead. That's good. Anyone got some nice Rex to try? What? What do we reckon? What do you reckon? I actually don't know what Rex means in this context. Unless we're talking about Rex, the dinosaur from Toy Story. Happy No Violence. Yes. It's better than Happy Tree Friends, let me tell you. All right, that getting built. And this down here. Perfect. Although, this is going to be a bit of a pain to dig through. That's going to be where we start. Let's go all the way to the bottom of that. The brewer, Kenzie McSpuds. I don't really have a... I didn't assign anybody to brewing. I don't have anybody listed as a brewer. I can check who my best brewer is. I think you mean Femi Noir, who's already named. Who's my next best brewer? I don't think I can fulfill that request. Thanks for the 15 bucks, Christeth. Appreciate you so much. RCE remote code execution when it comes to cybersec. Oh! Right. Right. Whatever I had, it was nice and warm. I don't like refrigerator temperature sandwiches. I do. It's good to know that you can hear my microwave, though. When cave invasions will be back, as soon as Tarn adds them. No news. I mean, it was Femi Noir who became my manager, is my most proficient brewer, and is already named. So yes, I did have one, but they've already been assigned to a task. And they're named. So I could give you the brewery, but I don't think that's really what you want. Like I could name the brewery McSpuds or Kenzie McSpuds or property of Kenzie McSpuds, whoever that be. Or Kenzie McSpuds brand ale. Any random then? Same name? Basically everybody's a minor. Kenzie McSpud. Why are you at McSpud? Aerotum. I know it's Aeroautumn, but it looks like Aerotum. I wrote him a story about McSpuds. Never feels discouraged, is an optimist, tends to avoid crowds, is moved by art and natural beauty, is troubled by this since she dislikes natural worlds, and she doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. It is a tendency to go it alone, although considering the advice of others, and often feels envious of others. Often is cheerful, occasionally overindulges, and needs alcohol to get through working days. She likes working outdoors, grumbles mildly at crap weather, and is getting used to tragedy. A Spuds Mackenzie. Oh, really? I was gonna say the name does sound vaguely familiar for some reason, but I don't know why. So, I have seen that name before, Spuds McKenzie. Personally finds the ideas of independence and freedom somewhat foolish and sees competition as reasonably important. It's like the dwarf that punched a crocodile to death once, and then everybody names him after the crocodile hunter. And likes malachite and copper and milk quartz and beer, giant echidna. Beer, what? Giant echidna leather, the color gold, spears, bucklers, quivers, coffins, and nightmares for their unfathomably horrifying nature. The sound of the tulip of rhyming, and when possible, prefers to consume mountain goat, pineapple wine, and hates roaches. Large ones, specifically. Small ones are fine. Large ones, meh. Is a worshiper of Limul Tubul, who I don't know who that is. Limul Tubul is a... I don't know. I don't see a Limul here. Could be the gold of canyons? Probably god of minerals? Spuns mechanic. Was it mixed bud? Probably, most likely. Everybody in this fortress is a novice miner. Okay, so down here, magma glass furnace. And then right here, I'm going to do collect sand. And I'm going to say green glass tube. $150. Actually, how many do I need? One, let's say, basically from here, 118, 125. I want to say use 5 shops, and sand. So 200, but that's 20. 200. That would be 250 actually. And bag. Let's make another 100 of those. It begins. The ridiculous amount of jobs relating to going down, because it do go down. In case you didn't know, Chad, it do go down. Except I am going to go here, pause one of those, pause these, pause one of those. We'll take a moment. There we go, they're all assigned now. They're brewing some drinks from plants. Yo, one, we've got our artichoke wine, but these nether cap cups look awesome. Is there a particular reason we haven't built these yet? I've always thought of, like, nethercap as a very dark navy blue versus a purple. But yeah, I guess it's kind of a purpley. A purple-ish. Purple adjacent. So just going to pause that. And lower the number of these down to 2. Hauling a bunch of wood. Gotcha. I think I should go right here and just delete that. Construct, that's what we like to see. Yeah, another cap, it holds at net 0, which I've always wondered if that's intended or if that's a bug. I've never actually heard one way or another if that was an intended thing or not. You'd say indigo? I prefer chapters, but yeah. And Tuchski, cheers, man. You get scared to designate trees to cut? Your dwarf getting knocked out a lot? Quippy's revenge. If you're getting dwarves knocked out by chopping down trees, look in the branches and see if there's logs in the branches. And also see if there's lots and lots of trees that are close together. If it's very, very dense, that's much more likely to happen because one tree will fall, but it won't collapse if the branches are overlapping with another tree's branches. So if it's very, very dense, that is much more likely to happen than if it's like more sparse. So basically don't designate dense patches and try to stop the forests from getting too dense. Otherwise, that's much more likely to happen. So there you go. Pro tip. There we go. Look like sand jobs are getting assigned. Xylem! Thanks for the 28th month. Just as a reminder, because I haven't mentioned it in a minute, there's a bunch of new merch over on the merch store. If you type in ! merch on Twitch side of things, or click on the pinned link on the YouTube side of things, there's a bunch of new merch up. There's a windbreaker, a hoodie, a t-shirt, and a mug and a sticker. Windbreaker's limited edition for a month. Speaking of merch, Shadow Absorber just gifted 3 of the new mug out. This is what it looks like if you would like to see it. If you're in the Twitch chat, type in ! Enter right now. Also, hi, Devilish. Check this out. New merch. I think it's pretty dope. I would have made a 20 ounce, but the black mugs are only available in 15 and it didn't look good on a white mug. Also, thank you very much for the 41st month, Devilish Potato. As the time of numbers goes up, also hello back at show. Appreciate you. So you still get to choose which sides you get if you win. There you go. I personally like the smaller ones out of those 2 sizes because they're more, I hate to say normal, like satisfying shape for a mug. Also, kids can collect sand, apparently. Fascinating. Spoken like a true mug goblin. Damn Muglin right. I don't even know what that means. And now we begin the construction of the tower. The great tower. Eric Key and a Kenton Plays, please click on that link and fill out your information. And you can acquire your mugs. So thanks for the 5 units of money, Phoenix in YouTube chat. Appreciate you. Another year to digging the deepest depths in many a dwarven kingdom. Cheers, man. Hopefully I'll have a video out for you guys soon. It's not that I've been slacking, it's just... finding inspiration to make a lot of stuff has been difficult. Actually, I need to... Has my editor sent me anything? Because my editor's also working on an unrelated project. I've got 2 projects in the work at the minute. Also, pro tip, unrelated to anything, if you sign a PDF, make sure to hit save. Just got a funny email. We'll have to fix that. I feel kind of dumb. But I'll do that after stream. You've suddenly realized you don't have a good address to receive the package right now? I have a question. Will you have one, like, in the next month? Because if you will, it basically becomes credited and just sits there in the account unless I manually say that person's not going to redeem it and either rerun the giveaway or intentionally cash it out. So if you're going to have an address in, like, a month or 2, you can just go to that link and redeem it then. Unless you want me to do a read or giveaway. I could do either, Sniper. Either works. It's up to you. You could also ship things to a job, but sometimes people look at you funny if you do that. But happy birthdays, everybody's saying to me's. I just have to say thank you. Cheers, chat. You guys are very kind. I shouldn't read messages out loud when they say happy birthday is also what I shouldn't. It's what I should do. But yeah, Swiper, if you will have an address or a place you could ship it to in like a month, that's fine. It doesn't really matter to me. It's up to you though. If you want me to redraw, I can. The giveaways are always a little bit touch and go. Gabbro is just the one that I know is magma safe for sure. This is the longest I've gone in a while without setting up a bookkeeper. Holy shit. Yeah, that makes sense. It's up to you. I mean, I can absolutely do a redraw, Swiper, if that is better for you. I just have to go click a button to do a redraw. It'll just issue a new giveaway for that item. Please read giveaway. Gotcha. Can do. I'm just going to click those. Follow a dwarf what's collecting sand. Actually, we'll just hover the camera here. I will re-pull the giveaway. Give me a second. Although you redeemed when you get a chance, let you know if it shows it's done. Can do. You'll get a confirmation email, but orders. There we go. Yeah, I've still got one on the other end that isn't done yet, which I need to reach out to that person about again. All right, it's being redrawn. I mean, I read it. I just exported it without saving, apparently. Majestic. But yes, also read it first. Reading it is very important. Speaking of Ankh, not only congrats on winning a mug, but also congrats on giving birth to a baby. Congratulations. You are now a happy mom. You and Daggett, the new happy family. Wasn't it your dream to raise a family? Oh, no. Never mind. You just dream of mastering a skill. Well, congratulations. In more ways than one. We'll make you get rid of a non-cool mug. I would say that there's no such thing as a non-cool mug, except for maybe a mug put in the oven. Emily, who hangs out in chat, always pushes the limit of what my mugs are capable of. And once posted in the Discord, like, are they oven safe? And I'm like, I wouldn't test that. Devilish, thank you very much for the 5-pack. You're very kind. Thanks for still tuning in. You know, even though like work situations change to where you're busier than where you were before, but thank you. Appreciate it, man. Actually, no, don't do that. Six's Gaming. If you click on that link, you can redeem your mug. WinRAR is yo. Mm-hmm. WinRAR indeed. Is that what happens when you win a lion? All my wishes come true. Honestly, the list is a lot smaller than it was a couple years ago. But wishes scare me. We'll see. Too real indeed. Too real indeed. You have, like, one of the most fitting hats for the summer, Devilish, next to your name. So up there with the cowboy hat. Very good for the summer. If you end up with, like, the little wool cap that's, like, elsewhere in the skeleton hat menagerie, that one not so good. For seasons that are, you know, outside of winter. Also, for those of you who heard me babble yesterday about the building that is now pink outside of my apartment because the city commissioned some new murals close by because one got destroyed due to construction. The building that is now pink is now covered with outlines of flowers and a giant hummingbird. Or it looks like a hummingbird, I don't know. But it looks nice so far. It's on day 2 of a multi-day paint job. But yesterday it just went from being like a gray concrete like shed basically to like being like aggressively pink. Is it an agitated giant hummingbird? Well, the previous memorial, like not memorial, mural that we had in this part of town was, I would describe as a forgotten beast. It was an image of an octopus and a goose. The goose was pulling the octopus, which was riding a bicycle. Was the mural that was there in that area before, not in that exact spot. Which I miss dearly. It was glorious. So, who knows? It looked like a bird. It could be almost anything, really. There's some really cool murals in this part of town, though, so. Know your audience? Certainly. I'm just happy they're putting something there. Unrelated, does Dwarf Fortress have hummingbirds? I actually don't know. Why not paint dwarves on it? Well, if I were to paint dwarves on it, that would be ruining the artistic intent of somebody else's work, which would be questionable. The octopus wasn't embracing embracing the goose, no, but it was wearing like a World War II airplane helmet, like those big goggles and like leather cap, or like motorcycles helmet maybe. I think of those as like airplane helmets. I don't know why, but like, you know what I mean. Let me find a picture of this fucking goose. There's 2. One that's still there. I'll show you the one that's still there. Can't even find a picture of it. It'd help if I typed in the city, I guess. This was the... Okay. This is the one that's still there. This one. Which scares the ever-living shit out of me when I'm on my bicycle late at night, and it's pitch-ass dark, and you come flying. It's a pretty tight corner right before this bridge, and then there's just a huge fucking face in the sky. Scares the hell out of me every time, but it's really pretty. And then there's this one. This is the one that isn't there anymore. That was destroyed, and I miss it greatly. This one is double-sided, but I couldn't find the other side. The other side is like... The other side was like the goose was is running, and like there was like reins, and the octopus was still on a chariot, but like the goose was pulling it, and the other one had the helmet on. I miss it dearly. It's one of my favorite things about this part of town. Yeah, it's now underneath gravel, which I'm not thrilled about it, but is what it is. But anyway, the fortress attracted no more migrants this season. Hopefully we get to trade. Otherwise, this will be a small fort filled with intelligent minds trying to create an ungodly contraption. Also, when it says on an ocean vivid nights, I mean like literally on top of an ocean. The ocean is frozen. I was kind of hoping it would thaw once a year, but it doesn't. So we are literally on an ocean. You have a tunnel with a homage to the Ministry of Silly Walks from Monty Python? Hell fucking yeah. That's great. Scrolling. Some of my favorite murals are murals that are like a building painted on a building that look photorealistic, because sometimes it has the Wile E. Coyote effect on people where they think it's like an actual balcony, but it's just painted. It's one of my favorite things. It's just very funny to me. It truly is something completely different. And this is slowly getting constructed. I'm going to go all the way up to here. So all these are still being worked on. If I go all the way up to... no, not the greatest idea. Let's just leave the game on paused. Just go down to here. That's what we're waiting on. Enjoy the lurks, Kenton. Although, my favorite Monty Python bit isn't really a Monty Python bit. It's a movie that just happens to have most of the Monty Python people in it. I'm a big fan of Fish Called Wanda. Yeah, kinda. Although... kind of not, because I do have the cavern layers. I feel like a sea ice challenge for Dwarf Fortress would either be like... would be no access to caverns or dirt. But then at that point, I don't even know how you would... I guess you'd have to go down to an aquifer, acquire lava to make water. Would be the Dwarf Fortress Sea Ice challenge. But like, then the question would be like, yeah, I don't know. I guess it would be like, no, because pumps would freeze. You wouldn't be able to use pumps. I don't even, yeah, I genuinely, I don't know how you would even do that. Like, period. love how they're all just slowly getting traumatized by this Crundle. It's like exposure therapy. Shocked after being attacked? Well, that's, you know. At least they're happy about just about everything else. Even their bedrooms are legendary, which is really funny. Was that a legendary bedroom? No, dining room, okay. Which is the Miners Guild. But this is, in fact, a Dwarf Fortress fort that happens to be on ice that is a frozen sea. I'm not sure if that automatically equates it to a sea ice challenge, though. At this point, I just need to hope that we can trade. Holy Phineas. Thank you very much for the 20-pack. You are very kind. Appreciate you, my guy. Thank you. Seriously. Very much. Username lost in YouTube chat says, "Oh, great blind one, I have terrible news." What's that? You dropped your mug whilst washing, and now it leaks? Oh no! Which mug did you buy? That broke. The Gortusk 50 ounce? Let me double, triple check that that one's still visible. Because some of them are hidden. I mean, my my vial mug has a few dents in it. Yeah, Gortusk artifact is still up. It is still up. If that is the one that you wanted to replace it with. But I'm glad it got much use. Although I will say, pour one out. Salute to our lost friend. And thank you very much, Phineas, for continuing to watch and support the channel. You're a very kind dude. Very kind. I think at the rate we're going today, between merch and the ridiculous numbers of gifts, today by itself might end up being like a third of last month's Twitch revenue. Let me actually look. Yeah, we're getting there. We only need like another hype train the same as the last two. Oh, that's fucking fascinating. It's not what I thought it was. I just opened up my Twitch dashboard and got this notifications. Captions are now enabled on your clips. Viewers can now add captions to new clips they create from your stream. Captions help viewers reach more people, blah, 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 blah. I thought that that meant that my captions that are going out to my stream were automatically saved alongside of the clip, which seems way cooler to me, but interesting? Depending on how that's saved. Hey, chat. Should play with that. Also, a quarter of last month's revenue. Let me double check. Actually, closer to a fifth. About a fifth of last month's revenue just today. I can math. So thank you. Cheers, chat. You can beer again? Hell yeah! You're now Beery Tempest. I'm going to place that statue that we made earlier. A statue of a circle. For those of you who missed the statue of a circle, allow me to introduce this glory to you. This incredible work of art. because this statue of a circle actually don't know where it ended up. This is a statue of a circle. The item is a rendition of the celebrated Day of Cakes, an image of dwarves, a gremlin, and a dwarf. 32 dwarves, 32 menacing spikes, which are burning. 300 dwarves are admiring the circle. The circle is raising the 32 menacing spikes. The gremlin is raising the circle. The dwarf is striking a triumphant pose. The 300 dwarves are screaming. The image was commissioned by the Pineapple of Sponges, a local dwarven government. I should have called it an orb. Damn it. Oh, well. Anyway, I said circle because that was the closest thing I could think of to a, cake. And the spikes are candles. It's an image of a birthday cake. I tried my damnedest. The world's strongest gremlin? They're menacing spikes. They could be made of featherwood. I don't know. It's probably just a very normal gremlin. The dwarves have been complaining about the lack of tables, so I'm adding some tables into here. Carrying the world meme, except it's just one gremlin instead. Yeah. What's with the hoodies? The hoodie is the fake brewery. So I have an old friend. Okay, his name is Fog. He makes videos on YouTube where he takes Planet Coaster and then somehow makes it into horror games and shit. It's kind of wild. I've been friends with Fog through Twitch for a very long time. I think he's got close to 100-month resub now. But Fog does graphic design and art full-time. And every now and again, him and me collaborate on imagined brands. So basically, he comes up with a not actually real brand based on my, channel mascot, who's the little skeleton dude. Then we take that and make it into merch. So there's a fake brewery, which this is the second run of that themed merch. And then the mug and the sticker and the jacket, which is a windbreaker, is a fake coffee brand in a similar style. That's it. It's just me making some cool merch with a friend. Also, Phineas, the incredibly generous, is gifting 3 of the windbreakers, which is this jacket. Hold up. I know it's going to get butchered by the green screen, but there's not much I can do. Okay, I could do better. This guy. Yeah, it's green. You're just going to have to believe me. It's not actually an invisibility cloak. That would be way cooler, but it's not. You're just going to have to believe me. You're just going to have to believe me. Exclamation point enter if you want a chance to win one of those. That's incredibly generous of you. Phineas, cheers, man. Harry Potter windbreaker. Those probably exist, you know? Although, depending on who you're hanging out with, and if people think that Harry Potter is not for cool people, it might have the effect of being an invisibility cloak. Just saying. Depending on how petty the people you know are. Although, depending on the situation, fair. Oops, no, wrong thing. Kenton, Albinos, and Kazil. Congrats. I always have to make sure I'm reading the right name when those pop up. And thank you very much, Phineas. You are very kind. Three, who's counting? I mean, you can give congrats to 2 people, but not the other 2. It's not against the rules. Maybe petty, but not against the rules. You won the thingamabob. It is true. People did win the thingamabob. Although I will state that those, like, giveaways are very good odds, I would say, when it comes to giveaways. Because, like, you know, if 20 people enter a thing with a draw of 3, like, that's better than, like, youth group fundraiser giveaway levels of good odds. Missed one. There we go. And I can continue working on all of this stuff. We're gonna have to double up the numbers of these though, because we're only actually making enough for half. Although we're making pretty good progress. And also, when it comes to the windbreaker, I've been using it as a biking jacket. It's nice and light. And I did stand outside once in, like, the one time it rained really hard this year here. And I did get a little wet. So it is water resistant, I would describe it as, but it'll do the trick for a bit. But if you're in a torrential downpour, good luck. You might want to waterproof it. Got to go, it's 2 a.m. Cheers, mate. I'll probably be finishing this tomorrow, I think, because I think I'm actually going to swap games in a minute. Is what I'm thinking. We did, thankfully, you know, clear the heavy technical difficulties chunk of the stream at the beginning where I made everybody go deaf, so that's the good news. So I think there's, like, the weirdest sounding vacuum cleaner on the floor below me, or they're cutting drywall. My apartment building is getting some renovations on the floor below me, and I have some suspicion that the weird buzzing sound I'm hearing is that. That's my suspicion. Just, it's a very slight suspicion. I mean, when we get heavy rain here, it tends to last for like under an hour. Oh, hey, they're finally dealing with that skeleton. Hell yeah. You guys want to see what they do with the skeleton? This is where the bodies go. this Crundle skeleton. Whee! Splat. The 2 creeping eyes that I threw in there get to stare at it forever. Could be vacuuming drywall. I mean, the building that I live in had a bit of a flood a few months ago in one of the units. And, I don't know, they're probably cutting out old drywall or cutting drywall to size or something. I hear an electric saw is what I'm trying to tell you. But, like, it's a floor down from me. So from here, it just kind of... From here, it just kind of sounds like a dentist drill. But it's probably like a handsaw. So chat, how do we feel about some Jupiter Hell Classic? Because according to the developer of that game, they released that update today because it's my birthday. He did tune into my chat and say we released it on your birthday. I don't think that was intentional. Who's up for some Jupiter Hell Classic? For those of you who don't know what that is, it's a remake of Doom the Roguelike. Because it's my birthday and I can do what I want. With more of this for tomorrow. Otherwise, I'm just going to be working on a pump stack for the next hour and a half, probably. So this would be a little bit of variety, if you will. Besides, we've done about 6 hours and 45 minutes, 7 hours of Dwarfs. Ish. I'm your liaison from the Mountain Homes, says Meg. Let's discuss your situation. There's much to share. We've added information to your civilization and world info. I'm just going to request some wood. Maybe an anvil. They want earrings and cut gems. Good to know. So that's the start of the fort. I think it's going to be pretty dope. My actual plan, because this is where the water is to, like, basically just channel out this whole area all the way up to the surface and separate it all the way around in a circle or a square. Support it from a lava-filled aqueduct that'll be right here. That's going to go all the way to the middle of it. Fill the lava-filled aqueduct up with lava. Otherwise, then it wouldn't be filled with lava. But you know what I'm saying. Fill that up with lava. One literally just showed up on the map. That's why there's merchants. This is the second one. So I'm not worried about getting migrants. I think it's just because of the time of year that we started the fort that I didn't get to the last seasons. And then when I collapse it, pour a bunch of lava into it. Why? I think it would be fun. That's why. So that's what I'm thinking. And I think that'll be a bit of fun. But it's time for the traders to show up. It's time for me to save. We're going to go play a traditional roguelike for a bit. And if the energy keeps up, there's something else we could play as well. Space potates! I mean, coming down from orbit? I know you're saying coming out of the shadows. That's totally fair, but like, what if you're coming down from orbit? I hope the shadows have been pleasant and cozy and warm and free of spiders. Big thank you. Cheers, mate. Why shipping costs so high? How much is shipping? And where are you shipping it to approximately? Because it depends on the product. Because it depends on where the product is manufactured. Are you shipping a mug to the UK? Or are you shipping the windbreaker to the UK? So if it's the windbreaker, that makes sense because it's made... Ah, boy, I think that factory's in Portugal. I'd have to actually look at the listings as to where it's manufactured. It's $12 shipping? Oh. Okay, maybe I'm just broken because I have to ship things from the US and tariffs exist. And so to me, $12 is like cheap for shipping. I don't know what you're used to, but geez. 12 bucks, that is like, well, I guess probably 12 pounds, right? Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. I think it's Portugal that it's shipped from. Actually, none of the stuff that I have is made in China. It's all like print, well, they might be originally made but like the actual like printing is done outside, like local. They're spoiled by Amazon? They just include the prices in the shipping, though, for Amazon. Amazon's kind of a scam in that way, where they just include the cost of shipping in the price of the item, usually. That duties may apply? Yeah. I mean, I would actually state that if you're in Canada, it probably will apply. But that's also just kind of the reality of 2026, which sucks. All right, I'm going to update the titles. We'll also need to update the title on both platforms. That's one. Oh, is it going from China to the US? Okay, that's interesting. That's interesting. So, like, the location that it's shipped from is wherever the product is available to be made, because, like, there is a bunch of different places where they are manufactured and shipped. The one I got was shipped from the US. Like, that was the originating place, so maybe they're short on supply in certain areas. Although, admittedly, that was a few months ago, so who knows? Because, like, the way the manufacturing for Fourth Wall works is it's different products originate wherever it's available and closest it's shipped from. If that makes sense. So when I got that test one, it was shipped from California to here, where I'm at. Actually, China's probably cheaper to ship from. But yeah. Skill Zed the Great. It is true. I am in fact a year older than I was yesterday. What do I title this? Oops, that's the wrong field. Don't edit that. So is anybody here familiar with Doom the Roguelike? Heard of it? Okay, well, this is a official remaster made by the official developers with the copyrighted content filed off. That's what this is. That's what we're playing. Sorry for the black screen for a second here. And you. There's also a official mod on the workshop. Where the where you can just load Doom the Roguelike if you want it. And I think I have the music muted. Yes, I do. I play this sometimes while editing it, and the music is loud. Let me know how the music volume is. And also, Doom the Roguelike is free and open source. So, this is what we are playing. It's called Jupiter Hell Classic. This is a game that I quite enjoy.